Hey OTR fans, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. You Are There was a unique and frankly very cool radio show that ran on CBS from 1947 to 1950. Imagine being in the radio era, before television, and being able to be transported back in time to historical events as they were occurring, where there's an actual live radio crew and a correspondent reporting in real time the events as they occur. That was the whole premise of You Are There. Some of the reporters included John Daly and Don Hollenbeck. Now, the first 23 episodes were called CBS Is There before they changed the title to You Are There. And a total of 90 episodes were broadcast, of which about 75 survive to this day. Now, the show did make the transition to television in 1953 with Walter Cronkite as the host. And the very first episode was a reenactment of the Hindenburg disaster. The TV show ran until 1957. Now, to me, this is a real gem of a radio show, as it was firstly a very unique premise for a show, and it helped us to use our imaginations to go back in time to historical events and see them through the lens of modern radio reporting. So it was both educational and entertaining. Some of the events that were covered were the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the burning at the stake of Joan of Arc, and several others. So I really enjoy this show. I think it's really cool. I think it's really entertaining. And I've actually learned quite a bit listening to it. I hope you enjoy it too. Thanks very much for watching.
This is John Daly on the deck of the Mayflower at Plymouth Harbor, England. High tide and sailing time is here this 6th day of September 1620. But this tragic ship, with its company of 102 desperate, frightened, hounded souls who are displacing their persons from the old world to the new, has not yet sailed. These pilgrims, these refugees for religious freedom and civil rights, are still tied to Europe by a Gordian knot of heart-breaking difficulties. And unless these outlaws from the Church of England can cut that knot before the ebb tide sinks them deeper into danger, the Mayflower may never sail at all for the colony of Northern Virginia, recently renamed New England. The afternoon sun is throwing shadows of gloom on the town of Plymouth behind me. Soon will be...
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. You are there.
The exodus of the pilgrims. Out of the noose of oppression and persecution, into the arms of an angry sea and a desolate winter continent. CBS takes you back to a little-known but fateful moment in American history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Plymouth Harbor, England, September 6th, 1620. The deck of the Mayflower and John Daly.
Voyage to the New World and to freedom. Twice they have been delayed for repairs to their sister ship, the Speedwell, which has finally been withdrawn, crowding all into the Mayflower. And now at last they must sail with this tide. For today the weather is good. Tomorrow or the day after, it may be bad enough to prevent their sailing at all, for winter is close upon them. Another delay and the Mayflower would have to face the grisly gales of an autumnal sea and the far from certain arrival in a strange land gripped in the fury of winter. These refugees have already lost their summer chances, and to lose more is suicide. Here with me at our CBS microphone is Christopher Jones, the master of the Mayflower. Captain Jones is one of the most respected shipmasters in all of England. He's 1/4 owner of the Mayflower, a middle-aged, rather sedate man, a strict, strong, dependable citizen. These pilgrims will be in good hands if they succeed in getting away today. But right now, the face of Captain Jones is troubled with deep and anxious lines. Captain Jones, what's holding the Mayflower up? Why don't you sail?
We will sail.
But how can you say that, Captain? Your canvas is still tied down, and the tide is at its height.
Well, I expect my orders momentarily, and we'll sail.
And who are those orders to come from, sir? From the Pilgrim elders who are locked in the cabin?
Yes, as soon as they settle their last-minute differences with Mr. Weston, the representative of the adventurers.
But who are these adventurers, Captain? What is their business with these refugees?
The adventurers, Mr. Daly, are a group of men who are venturing not their persons on this expedition, but their capital.
Well, Captain, do you know what the last-minute differences between these moneylenders and the pilgrims are?
I can't say, sir. It's something to do with the contract they agreed upon for the sharing of profits from possible trade in the New World. As if we haven't got enough trouble, Mr. Weston arrives 10 minutes ago and closets himself in the cabin and holds up our departure.
But as soon as these differences are settled and Mr. Weston gets off the ship, you will sail.
I certainly hope so, sir.
Hope? But only hope? Why?
Well, my passengers say they'll not sail without their charter from King James.
But what charter? I hadn't heard about that.
The charter guaranteeing them civil and religious freedom from the King's authority in the New World. Sir Robert Norton, that's His Majesty's emissary, gave his word that he would arrive today.
But, Captain, suppose he doesn't come before the tide has ebbed?
Well, only Providence can answer that question, sir, not I. And now, if you'll excuse me...
One more question, Captain, please. Are all the elders on board the Mayflower now?
They're in the cabin. I'm going there now, sir.
Well, would you care to state who exactly of the elders is on board?
Well, in the cabin are William Bradford, Deacon Cushman, John Carver, and perhaps some others.
And would you care to say, Captain, if the elder William Brewster is on board?
Now, Mr. Daly, it was your desire and your promise to ask but one question. Now, I believe I've kept my bargain. Now, if you please,
well,
sir.
Thank you very much, Captain Jones. The master of the Mayflower is entering the cabin, and we really didn't expect him to answer our questions as to the whereabouts of William Brewster, the ruling elder of these departing refugees. Master Brewster is a hunted fugitive with a price on his head. He is at this moment, and for the past 10 years he has been, the object of an international manhunt instituted by His Majesty. He's been accused of printing a book entitled Perth Assembly, and His Majesty has denounced that book as being, and we quote, an atrocious and seditious libel written with scorn and reproach against the king and his bishops. Printed copies of the book were smuggled from Holland into Scotland in French wine vats. Now, there's a flurry of excitement on the deck of the Mayflower. It's caused by the arrival of a royal carriage. It's speeding at a dangerous pace down the wharf right now, and it must be the arrival of Sir Robert Norton, the King's Secretary of State. The carriage is pulling up now at the boards leading up here to the deck of the Mayflower. Door is opening. Yes, it is. It's Sir Robert. It's the official who has intervened on behalf of the pilgrims to secure them the King James Charter for the New World. He's coming up the planks now and must pass our CBS microphone on his way to the captain's cabin. I'm going to try to get a hold of him. Sir Robert! Oh, Sir Robert!
Stand aside, please.
Sir Robert, have the pilgrims got their charter, sir? Do you carry the charter?
I said stand aside, please.
Yes, sir. Master William Bradford, Elder Bradford, has appeared at the cabin door to greet Sir Robert. Both men have gone in. The cabin door has been shut in our faces, but we hope that at least one of the difficulties besetting these poor, desperate refugees will be surmounted. This charter is vital to them. Without it, they cannot live under the protection of the king in the New World and enjoy liberty of conscience. You know, this Mayflower seems a pitifully inadequate vessel to brave the vast terrors of the Atlantic, particularly at this time of the year. She's no more than 100 feet, say, from bow to stern, and perhaps 20 to 25 feet at the beam from port to starboard. She has plied good wine and bad wine from every port in France in the past and landed it safely on the London River. And on some occasions she's carried luxurious taffetas and satins and stockings and coney skins. In fact, the aroma of her last wine cargo still pleasantly escapes from her hold. But on this, her first Atlantic crossing, the Mayflower's cargo has ironically turned from riches to rags. This time, she carries an unusual cargo: men, women, and crying children. And up at the bow of the ship, Ken Roberts, surrounded by these children, seems to have something to say. So go ahead, Ken.
Ready? Sing.
And the earth did shake and quake, and stirred the ground of the mountain shore.
The children you hear doing their distracted best to sing one of the tongue-twisting psalms of the Pilgrims are being led by a pretty young miss, and she's doing her distracted best to keep them
Fire
quiet.
did eat out of his mouth, from it burned with heat.
Good children, very good.
Hush, children, hush.
Would you tell us your name, please, miss?
Priscilla Mullins.
And how old are you, Miss Priscilla?
18.
18. And is your father a religious dissenter, a pilgrim?
Oh, no, sir. My father is a shopkeeper from Dorking, Surrey. We are French Huguenots.
Then
Hush, child.
why is your family fleeing England if you are not religious dissenters?
Only 40-some-odd of the people aboard the Mayflower are religious dissenters. The rest of us are sailing for other urgent reasons.
Miss Priscilla, what are those urgent reasons?
My father says that there are many on board this ship that flee not the persecution of their souls, but the persecution of their bodies. For as you know, sir, all over Europe, they see the grim and gaunt face of poverty and hunger coming upon them like an armed man.
I understand. And, Miss Priscilla, who are these children you are shepherding? These children here.
4 of them are orphans.
Orphans on the Mayflower?
Yes, poor waifs of London town. Poor orphans dragged off quite as if they were debtors or criminals and sentenced to exile in the colonies.
But by whose authority?
Ask the Lord Mayor of London and his bishop.
Oh, I see. Less mouths to feed in London.
I suppose so.
I see. And, what is your name, young man?
Wrestle.
Wrestle what?
Wrestle with the devil.
Wrestle with the devil. Well, that's a good name.
My brother has a good name, too.
I'm sure he has. What is it?
Love.
What's that?
Love of God. Don't you?
Well...
My father does. He's a great man. My mother says not to tell where he is, but I know.
Wrestle, hush.
I won't tell, Miss Priscilla. I promised. My father's in prison, but he'll escape and fight the Indians with Love and me.
Oh, I see. You and Love are 2 big Indian fighters. And, what is your father's name?
William Brewster.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Wrestle. Miss Priscilla, I didn't know these 2 were Master Brewster's children.
Oh, yes, there are 2 more of us. 2 big sisters, Fear and Patience.
Of course, Wrestle, of course. Fear and Patience. Very appropriate names for the children of William Brewster. Don't you agree, Miss Priscilla?
Yes, my fear is that we will not sail. And as for our patience, that is at an end, and so is our money. My father has sold his shop and all our worldly goods. We have burned all our bridges behind us.
I'm
sorry, there's a man coming through carrying a barrel.
I told you before, miss, to get these children out of here. Do you want their heads bashed in with a barrel?
You'll bash no one, you lout. I'm trying my best, can't you see? Come, children.
Thank you, Miss Priscilla. Thank you, children.
Children and wenches, as if we didn't have enough. Hey, you. Maybe you know when we're going to get underway.
Soon, I hope. What's your name?
Alden. John Alden.
That barrel you just put down must be pretty heavy. What's in it?
The body of William Brewster.
In little pieces, I presume.
That would be a story for you, eh? But it's only beer.
Beer for the sober pilgrims?
Would you expect them to drink ye plain water? It's a prolific source of human ills. Oh, they'll remain healthy as long as I take care of their kegs. I'm not a good cooper.
Are you one of the pilgrims?
Yeah. I'm a cooper out of Harwich. I'm hired on by them to care for their beer, their plain water, and their strong water. That's my task on this voyage.
Mm-hmm. And after the voyage?
Home again for me. I'm hired on for only a year. But if they let this tide run out much longer, I'll never go. Well, enough of this chatter. This barrel of beer wasn't meant for the sun.
Thank you, John Alden. Mr. Alden handles that heavy barrel of beer as if it were kindling wood. Though he can't be more than 20, he's tall, blond, and powerful. The kind of a fellow who's rough and ready with his hands. No doubt that's why the pilgrims hired him. That's why they... Oh, I see the door of the Mayflower's cabin has opened. Sir Robert Norton has just come out, so back to John Daly.
Sir Robert, the King's Secretary of State, is willing to tell us now what has happened. Sir Robert, has the charter been granted?
I should like to present, if I may, the mind of His Majesty in this matter.
Of course, sir, but did
His Majesty asked me what profits there may be of such an adventure.
By profits, His Majesty meant profits to the realm, I presume.
Yes, and I answered fishing.
Fishing?
Yes, fishing. The departing pilgrims would engage in fishing in the colonies.
And did that satisfy the king, sir?
It amused him. And he replied, so God have me soul, it's an honest trade. It was the apostle's own calling.
I see the king demonstrated his knowledge of theology and of the trade of fishing.
Yes.
But did he, sir, formally consent to the request for the charter?
His Majesty agreed not to molest them should they depart. But he would issue no official seal of protection.
Then the charter was not granted.
I wouldn't say that. His Majesty referred them to the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Sir Robert. The King's Secretary of State is leaving the Mayflower, but one moment. Oh, Mr. Bradford, we'd like to ask you a few questions. Master William Bradford, in the absence of William Brewster, is the ruling elder of these pilgrims. A rather young elder, I would say, wouldn't you, Mr. Bradford?
I am honored that you call me an elder. I am 31 years old, but we pilgrims age rapidly in the king's protection.
Well, how old is Master Brewster, sir?
Master Brewster is past 50.
Oh, I see.
Yes, he's the only, shall we say, real elder in our company. The rest of us are mostly around 30.
Well, as the present ruling elder, Master Bradford, are you going to follow His Majesty's suggestion that you see the Bishop of London and the Archbishop of Canterbury about the charter?
Have my nose split down the middle? No, thank you. I believe we know what the answer of these venerable gentlemen of the Anglican Church would be.
But, sir, how can you sail without the charter?
To be sure, Mr. Daly, the charter is of great moment to us. Let us not be of too simple a mind about it. Even if we had a seal as broad as a house floor, what is there to prevent the king, if he were disposed to wrong us, from reaching out his long arm even to our new life in America, and there claiming us under his civil and religious authority?
Well, then that means that you will sail without the charter.
We sail without the charter. We sail.
No, I'll not sail. I'll not sail without our boy. Oh, please, William.
Take her away quickly. Take her below. Take her below quickly.
Master Bradford, who is that poor woman?
My wife.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. But you are leaving your children behind?
Our only child. He's scarcely 5. My wife has been mad with grief. Forgive her, please, for she, too, is but a child.
But, Master Bradford, other children are going. Why, just a short while ago, we learned that Rassel and Love, the children of William Brewster, are on board.
Yes, but there's no space for all to go. We'd planned to sail on 2 ships. We are now all crowded onto one. And some, like my own child, must be left behind, because they are most unfit to bear the brunt of this hard adventure. And thus, like Gideon's army, we are divided, as if the Lord thought we few too many for the great work he had to do. But now, sir, you'll forgive me. I must return to our business with the adventure.
Well, just one more question, please, Master Bradford.
Yes?
Before you go, could you tell us exactly what the difficulty is between you and the adventurers?
Yes. We had agreed that the fruits of our labor and all profits got from traffic, fishing, and trade should be shared equally with the adventurers for a period of 7 years.
Yes?
Yes. But these bloodsuckers are not content to enslave a man for 7 years. Now they demand 7 days of the week.
Well, how many days had you agreed to work?
5. And the other 2 for prayer and for our own profit to build our homes. And moreover, at the end of 7 years, they now demand that our houses and lots be divided with them.
But surely, sir, the land and houses built in the wilderness will be but a trifle to these adventurers.
They do not think so. The division will be a great discouragement to us. We will have to borrow hours from our sleep to build our houses. But they ask if we will sleep better in the stinking London prisons.
That's too bad, Master Bradford, but what are you going to do?
Do? What can we do? We have sacrificed everything we possess to pay for this journey. Shall we turn back now, penniless and destitute, and at the mercy of the Star Chamber and torture rack? We are like the children of Israel, but the Lord will yet guide us through this sea of oppression.
Master Bradford has gone back into the cabin again, and the people around me here on the deck of the Mayflower have heard the reality of their misfortune. They're discussing it with grim faces and in low tones, and certainly These people have a reason to be grim and unhappy. So many misadventures have befallen them since they first set out for the new world. A penny, you know, is worth £1 to these poor folk. There's not a wealthy man among them. There's not a patch of purple on these passengers, although they do not wear somber clothes, as many believe. Rather, it's the gay apparel of Lincoln greens and russet browns, the same splash of color that you would see on the streets in London town. Indeed, the missing elder, William Brewster, has been known to wear at his pleasure a red cap, a white cap, a quilted cap, or a dandy-laced cap, together with a violet coat and green drawers. Oh, Ken Roberts, up at the Mayflower's bow, has a passenger with 2 dogs, so over to Ken Roberts.
The dogs you hear barking are a great mastiff and a small spaniel. They belong to a man here beside me who has been quietly sitting on a barrel reading the Bible. He has kindly agreed to put aside the holy book for a few moments and speak with us. Sir, why are you taking these 2 dogs along with you to America?
Well, why not? Since my wife is not going, a man must have some form of companionship.
Oh, I see, but what will you do with the 2 dogs?
Do? Why, I shall hunt with them in the wilderness.
Hunt what, sir?
Lions.
Lions? I see. What is your name, sir? Richard the Lion-Hearted?
You jest. I'm John Goodman. My wife's name is Sarah. Sarah Goodman, just these past few months.
Forgive me, sir. Just married and you're leaving your bride behind?
Oh, not of my choice, sir. I left her behind in Delft Haven, Holland. There was not room for all on our little craft, the Speedwell. Now I am fortunate to be on the Mayflower, for all men know the treachery of the Speedwell's captain, who claims the boat is unseaworthy.
Well, isn't it? Didn't it force you to turn back twice and delay you for a month?
I will tell you a secret, Mr. What is your name, sir?
Roberts.
Yes, I will tell you a secret, Mr. Roberts. The captain of the Speedwell and his men are afraid of remaining a winter in the wilderness.
They are?
Yes, but we're not afraid. We fear the wilderness less than the languishing death which we dissenters suffered in the London prisons, where many of us have perished by hunger and cold, and by long and hard imprisonment and held without bail in black dungeons where I could not see my hand at noonday. Oh, yes, I remember too well the Star Chamber and how we were whipped and pilloried in the presence of the court. Look, I had one ear sliced off, you see. So some have had their noses split down the middle and the letters SS branded on their foreheads.
SS?
Ah, yes, I see you know what that means. Stirrer of sedition. If reading this Bible in the common tongue makes me a stirrer of sedition, it might make me lose my other ear. But have no fear. Have no fear. I'm safe. We are free. I'm sailing to the new world. The new world where a husbandman may sing the psalms at his plow, and a weaver warble the words of the book at his shuttle. Nay, more. There in America, it will not be many years before a boy that driveth the donkey will know more of the Scripture than the Archbishop of Canterbury. And now, sir, may I speak a poem?
Yes, if you like.
I sit upon the deck. Book is in my hand. Do not fear, heaven is near, I say, by water as by land. I sit upon the deck.
Oh, excuse me, Master Goodman. There's a disturbance on the wharf, a fight of some kind. I see John Daly down there, so down to the wharf.
It was a fight, Ken. One of the ship's passengers walked off the Mayflower with all his family and all of his belongings, and another man who appears to be a soldier accused him of deserting and tried to stop him. A fight flared up, and, well, it's almost over now, I hope, and we'll try to find out what it's all about. Now, look, one at a time, please, one at a time. And now, sir, suppose you tell us why you're leaving the Mayflower.
He's a man of coward, sir, if he fears that his children will be exposed to the miseries of the land in the colonies. Can a man bear to see his loved ones die of famine and nakedness and want?
We are well provisioned.
Provisioned!
Sir, please, let him speak.
Well provisioned, are we? We are in such a strait at present that we now scarce have any butter to brave the winter. We have no oil, not a hide of leather to mend a shoe. And are we provisioned against the change of air, sir? And the strange diet and the drinking of strange water that will affect our bodies with sore sicknesses and grievous diseases?
But there is a physician and surgeon on board the Mayflower, 2 of them, in fact.
And can he save us from the savages?
We have muskets.
Muskets? How many muskets against a cruel and barbarous and most treacherous people who are most furious in their rage? For I have heard that they are content not only to kill, but delight to torment men by playing them alive with the shells of fishes.
How do you know all of this?
I know. They cut up a body piecemeal. They broil it over the coals and they eat the collops of flesh in their sight while still the body lives.
You seem to be well informed, sir, about places you've not been to.
Aye, sir, verily I am informed. I am informed that there are 1,200 immigrants that sailed from England these past 3 months. 1,000 died on the voyage or after their arrival in the Virginia colonies. Now answer that, Captain Shrimp.
Who are you calling Captain Shrimp?
Just a moment, please. Just a moment.
I'll shred him to pieces.
Please.
Give a living libel. No one can call me Captain Shrimp.
Just a moment.
My name is Captain Miles
Well,
Standish.
then, you are calm down, Captain Miles Standish.
Captain Shrimp, will you?
Aye, Shrimp.
Captain Standish is a short, stubby fellow with a flaming head of red hair that now matches the crimson rage in his face. Well, what are you captain of, Captain Standish?
I am a military man.
You are a Shrimp.
I fought with the Dutch against Spain. And any flea that calls me Captain Shrimp will find that I am a little chimney that is quickly fired. And should this cowardly deserter, this pernicious Paul...
Captain Standish, now, Captain Standish, please. By what authority, sir, did you try to dissuade this man abandoning the voyage? Are you an elder?
No. But I've been chosen by the elders to preserve order and lead the pilgrim army in the New World.
You mean you're going to protect them against the savages?
I will protect them against any enemy, man or beast.
Well, I presume then, Captain Standish, that you are one of these pilgrims.
No, sir. I am a Roman Catholic. My task is simply to protect these people, even from such a deserter as this one.
I am not a deserter, sir.
Please. You've had your say.
He is stirring up fear among us. But we will be strong, even though today we are weak. With the help of God, there will come a day when the bees will have honey in their hives. And then they will also have stings in their tails.
Excuse me. The Mayflower cabin door has been flung open, and the agent for the adventurers, Mr. Weston, is striding swiftly across the deck. He's coming off the ship and coming down the boards here to the wharf. He looks very angry. Perhaps I can stop him to say a word. Mr. Weston! Mr. Weston!
No comment.
But, sir, is the Mayflower sailing?
Let me by, please.
Just one question, please, sir. Has the contract been settled?
There is no contract.
But, Mr. Weston...
I have no time. If they leave, they stand on their own legs.
That's Mr. Bradford, sir. He's come out of the cabin and he's coming down the board.
Let him come. He'll do no business with me. Bloodsuckers, are we? Are my investors to be called bloodsuckers simply because they want to protect their money?
Weston, the new contract you propose is fitter for thieves and bond slaves than honest men.
I bleed for you, Master Bradford, but I'll not risk another penny of the adventurer's capital.
I understand. He that ventureth his money hath more power than he that ventureth his person.
We've been through all that. If you've nothing newer to say, then let me by.
We have a new proposal.
Then speak it and be quick.
Very well. Here it is. In return for 2 days and every 7 to build our homes, we will agree, if necessary, to guarantee your profits, though it take us more than 7 years. Will that suffice?
Then you guarantee our profits. That's reasonable. I think the adventurers will agree. I accept.
So be it. Begone then and let us sail.
Godspeed.
Captain, we sail at once. All on board!
Godspeed, Master Bradford. Bradford has gone up the boards, and those on the wharf here are hurrying up after him. Captain Jones has given the order to raise the hook. There's a whirlwind of activity up there on the deck of the Mayflower. Sailors are shouting, leaping up into the rigging. The sails are going up, beginning to belly out into the wind. Captain Jones is wasting not a moment. He means to catch the last full strength of this tide. And now, a surprise in these last minutes before sailing. Elder William Brewster, the fugitive leader of the Pilgrims, the man with a price on his head, is on board the Mayflower and with Ken Roberts. So now, back to the cabin.
William Brewster is here, sitting across the table from us in the Mayflower's cabin as it gets underway to the New World. Master Brewster, will you tell us where you have been?
Some say I have been to London, some to Scotland, and still others to Holland. All are correct, but for the past hour, as you know, Mr. Roberts, I've been sitting in the hold of the Mayflower.
Master Brewster, how do you feel now that finally you're about to sail for a new land?
We are departing on a great venture. In the New World, we will establish a new form of living with ourselves and with God. I fervently pray that maybe next year, God willing, the Mayflower will return, perhaps with a cargo of salt fish and pelts, and sell them at a fair profit. And then when she sails again to America, many more families will go with her. Our men will build their own houses and till their own fields, and our women will weave Sunday clothes for their own families. We will all enter our own church and worship in our own way. Please, God.
A happy success on your hopeful voyage. And now, Master Brewster, I must go ashore, so Godspeed again. And back to John Daly on the wharf.
The lines have been cast off. Captain Jones is urging his crew on to hurry, and there it goes. The Mayflower is sailing. The people here on the dock are waving and weeping. It's a noisy, but at the same time, a tragic scene. Many of these people will not see their friends and relatives for perhaps years. The Mayflower, her sails filling and the wind is heaving through the water, making her way towards the Catwater and the Sound, bound for the New World and New England. The sun is setting against the rolling white clouds.
September 6th, 1620. The Pilgrims sailed for America to establish the first colony founded on civil and religious liberty.
Good evening. This is John Daly standing in front of Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. This is indeed a red-letter night in the history of Ford's Theater, April 14, 1865. Because tonight, President Abraham Lincoln and his party will attend a special charity performance of the celebrated English comedy, Our American Cousin. Inside the theater, the curtain has already gone up. Outside, here in front of the theater, the crowd of curious spectators stand around.
April 14, 1865. Place, Washington, D.C. You are there.
Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. CBS takes you back to one of the great dramas in our nation's history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical facts and quotations.
And now,
Washington, April 14th, 1865, and John Daly.
The damp and misty weather in Washington tonight has not dampened the ardor of the crowds who for 4 long days now have been wildly celebrating the surrender of General Lee to General Grant. The people here are in high spirits, gathered around Ford's Theater, which is a 3-story, red stone building, windows and entrances in gray. Tulteville Saloon is on the right, Ferguson Saloon is on the left, and both of them are jammed. The windows and doors of the houses along both sides of the street are open. People are hanging out of them for a look at the president. Although the curtain has gone up on the play, some members of the cast who are not on stage at the moment stand around in their costumes for a look at Mr. Lincoln. There's John Diet and Mrs. Helen Muzzy. There's young Miss Jane Gowdy and John Wilkes Booth, the handsome, dashing Shakespearean favorite. He is not in the performance tonight, by the way. I think I see over there. Oh, yes, there's Mr. Harry Ford, one of the 3 brothers who manage this theater. Now, if I can just get through to him, excuse me, please. Oh, let me push through here. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Oh, Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford?
Yes, sir?
Say, Mr. Ford, this is CBS. You have a great crowd here tonight.
Yes, the theater is sold out.
And have you raised your prices for tonight?
Tonight is a charity benefit. The orchestra is $1, the dress circle and the parquet 75 cents, and the family circle is 25 cents.
I see. Well, this is the second time President Lincoln has attended your theater, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
Yes, and tonight he's going to sit in the same box. And I brought in that old rocker he likes.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Ford.
Not at all, anytime.
Thanks a lot. I think I see John F. Parker, the president's personal guard, arriving on foot. Evidently, he's come ahead of the president to be on hand when Mr. Lincoln and his party arrive. Now, if I can get through to him, excuse me, please. Let me through. I'm sorry, but watch the cable. Mr. Parker! Oh, Mr. Parker! Say, Mr. Parker, this is CBS. Has the president's carriage left the White House? Is he on his way over here?
Yes, he and Mrs. Lincoln left about 10 minutes ago to pick up Major Rathbone and Miss Harris.
Well, aren't General Grant and Mrs. Grant in the party?
No, they were supposed to come, but General Grant left on the evening train for Burlington.
Oh, that's too bad. We kind of hoped we'd see the general as well as Mr. Lincoln.
Say, by the way, who is Miss Harris?
Well, that's Miss Clara Harris, daughter of the senator from the state of Maine.
Oh, yes, of course. And Major Rathbone is an attaché at the War Department.
That's right.
Excuse me, right. Yes, the president's carriage is just coming down 10th Street now. It has crossed F Street. It's going to pull up right here at the carriage platform. The president is smiling, bowing, doffing his high black silk hat to the crowd. And the band that's been waiting here for this moment is picking up its instruments and getting ready to play. Burns, the coachman, is throwing up the horses now. The carriage is stopping at the platform. Forbes, the footman, has jumped down to assist the party as they get out. Mrs. Lincoln and Miss Harris are getting out, and now the president, followed by Major Rathbone. The band wants to play a tune. They're asking the president what it is he wants to hear, but it'll probably be Yankee Doodle, Marching Through Georgia, or Rally Round the Flag. The president just said something to the band leader, but in all of this racket, I just can't hear what he's saying. Oh, do you hear that? It's Dixie! Mr. Lincoln has asked the Union band to play the Confederate song, and they've responded with a will. Above all this din, the crowd understands the meaning of Mr. Lincoln's request. It's his policy of forgiveness and reconciliation with the South, of harmony for the nation. The war is over. The United States of America is now one great nation. And Mr. Ford is leading the way into the theater, up the gray stone steps. Mr. Lincoln's just a few feet away. Oh, Mr. President! Mr. President, this is CBS, sir. May I ask you a question? Fire away. Well, as you know, Mr. President, the newspapers and a part of the clergy have been opposed to your practice of attending the theater. And I'm sure that...
Yes, I know. Some think I do wrong to go to the opera and the theater, but it rests me. I love to be alone and get to be with the people. I want to get this burden off, to change the current of my thoughts. A hearty laugh relaxes me, and I seem better able after it to bear my cross.
I understand, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Lincoln, and thank you. Now the presidential party has entered the door. A CBS microphone is inside the theater at the rear of the orchestra. President Lincoln will pass it in just a minute, and so enter the theater and Don Hollenbeck.
The audience doesn't yet know the president has arrived. The ladies might be interested, by the way, to know that Mrs. Lincoln is wearing a white silk crinoline under her cloak. I'm trying to see here. It's an elaborate headdress of flowers and combs over her curls. There's silken mittens and a shawl held together at her throat with a brooch. The president, well, he seems to have lost a lot of weight, but, oh, he looks happy tonight, very happy. And now the party is turning right and going upstairs to the boxes. The president should be there in just a minute. The audience has caught sight of the president. The play stops. The orchestra strikes up Hail to the Chief. And now CBS has a booth directly across the theater from the president's box. And I see that John Daly's reached it, so over to John Daly.
We're in the CBS box now. I can see the president entering his box across the theater. We have Columbia microphones on the stage and in the audience. I'm going to open them both and let you hear what's going on. The president is in his box now. The audience is standing. Mr. Lincoln is acknowledging the welcome. Beaming, he nods his head and waves to the jam-packed crowd. And now, motioning towards the stage and the interrupted play, Mr. Lincoln sits down. The ovation continues, but following the president's lead, slowly, almost by sections, the audience resumes its seats and the play will resume in just a moment. Our American Cousin by Tom Taylor, by the way, is an eccentric comedy, as many of you probably know. It's a popular favorite, been performed at least 1,000 times. The play revolves around a typical, drawling Yankee in England who lights his cigar with an old will, burning the document to ashes, and thereby throwing a fortune into the hands of an English cousin. And now, the CBS microphones on the stage will pick up some of the dialogue. Lord Dundreary, a silly, foppish Englishman, is being teased by Florence the heroine, played by the star Miss Laura Keene.
Yes, but a lonely one. night had she?
Oh, a very refreshing one. Thanks to the draft I've prescribed for her.
What? Have you been prescribing for Georgina, Lord Dundreary?
Oh, yes, quite. You see, I gave her a draught that cured the effect of the draught. And that draught was a draught that didn't pay the doctor's bill. Didn't that draught?
Good gracious, what a number of drafts. You almost had a game of drafts. What's the matter?
That was a joke, that was.
Anyone can see the draft has been suspended.
Miss Keene has very neatly injected a bit of the National Peace Celebration into the play. With Lord Dundreary making so much of the word draft, Miss Keene threw in the line, anyone can see the draft has been suspended. And everyone in the audience knows that General Grant suspended the military draft this very morning. That was quite keen of Miss Keene, if I may be permitted the pun. Well, the President enjoyed that joke, too. He's smiling broadly. The play continues, and we'll take you again to the stage presently, but on this gala night, the audience is as interested in the presidential party as they are in the play, although because of the angle at which the box is set, they can only see Miss Harris and Major Rathbone. The presidential party is occupying boxes numbers 7 and 8, the partition between them having been removed to make it roomier. The boxes are decorated with 4 flags. The president is seated in that old rocker that Mr. Ford told us about before. There's a chair at the door of the box in which John Parker, the guard, is sitting. He can't see the stage, but he can hear the actors' voices. Oh, evidently John Parker wants to see and hear, for he's now getting up from his chair and taking a seat in the dress circle with a clear view of the stage. Mrs. Lincoln is seated on the president's right, and from time to time she leans over on his arm and they exchange a few words. The president appears completely relaxed, and perhaps his mind is on other things. Perhaps he is looking at his wife and thinking, we've had a hard time since we came to Washington, but the war is over, and with God's blessing, we may hope for 4 years of peace and happiness, and then we'll go back to Illinois and pass the rest of our lives in quiet. But then it's more likely that Mr. Lincoln is just plain enjoying himself tonight, for the president is listening with obvious pleasure to Mrs. Mount Chessington, an English lady in the cast, and Harry Hawke, who is playing Asa Trenchard, the American cousin. Now, once again, our microphones on the stage pick up the play.
Well, Mr. Trenchard, you are not used to the manners of good society, and that alone will excuse the impertinence of which you have been guilty.
Mrs. Mount Chessington flounces off an aristocratic Dudgeon, leaving the drawling Yankee alone on the stage.
Don't know the manners of good society, eh? Well, I guess I know enough to turn you inside out, old gal. You sock-dologizing old man trap.
What was that? It sounded like a shot, but there's no shot in the play. One moment. Oh, Major Rathbone is struggling with a man in Mr. Lincoln's box. A man who is stabbing wildly at him with a knife. Major Rathbone's giving ground before that knife, and now his attacker has leapt over the railing. He's on the stage. The man has risen. He's running across the stage. He's gone through the stage exit directly under this box. That was Major Rathbone who shouted out, "Stop that man." Someone in the audience has leapt over the footlights after him. Something has happened. Something is terribly wrong. This is not part of the play. Blue smoke is curling from President Lincoln's box. I can't see him because Miss Harris and the Major and Mrs. Lincoln are surrounding him. President Lincoln has been shot. That was Mrs. Lincoln who just cried out, "He has shot Mr. Lincoln." The man did it. The man who ran across the stage. The man who grappled with the Major. John Hollenbeck is out there in the theater, already fighting his way up to the president's box, so go ahead, Hollenbeck.
This is John Hollenbeck. I guess we're on the air here. I'm trying to get through this crowd to find out what's going on. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened.
What is it? What's happened? Tell me what's happened.
Someone has shot Mr. Lincoln.
It was Booth.
Who? One member of this crowd has identified Mr. Lincoln's attacker. He says it was Booth, the actor, John Wilkes Booth. We'll try to get someone who was in or near Mr. Lincoln's box. Let me through, please. Let me through. Watch the cable, please. Watch it just a minute. Thank you very much. The whole theater's in an uproar. Everyone's standing, running up and down the aisle. women are moaning and screaming. Miss Keene is handing water up to Mr. Lincoln's box. Watch that cable, please. Men are lifting up an army sergeant and army surgeon up on their shoulders. The stage is swarming with people. We'll get through to Mr. Lincoln's box now in just a second.
Stand back! Back!
Soldiers blocking the door with bayonets poised. That soldier's crying. Tears are streaming from his eyes. There's an officer. Lieutenant Crawford, sir. Lieutenant Crawford, what happened? Well, I was sitting in the seat. There's the door to Mr. Lincoln's box. I saw Booth go in. Just walk in, but where were the guards? Well, I don't know. I heard a shot, and I saw Booth leap over the railing. His spare caught in the flag as he jumped. It ripped the flag and broke his fall, and maybe broke his leg. Oh, are you sure it was Booth? I swear it. What did you do? Did you get into the president's box? Well, I rushed it, but the door was barred. Booth had barred it when he went in from the inside, and we broke through. Major Rapp won't let the doctors through. Only the doctors. Look, have they caught Booth? Did he get away? Just a minute, Lieutenant. The door is opening. 4 soldiers are carrying Mr. Lincoln out. Are you the president? Are you taking him? Are you taking him to the White House? No, not to the White House. Doctors, the room order to Mr. Lincoln live. Guards! The President Lincoln is being carried out of the theater now. I've just been informed that John Daly's out in the street again, so go ahead, Daly.
Two more soldiers have joined the 4 who are carrying the president out here into 10th Street. The street is jammed with people who have heard the news. It's a wild, awed, panic-stricken, swirling mob. The guards are having a hard time breaking through the mob, crossing the street. The long roll you hear is the alert being sounded. There's a light in a house, and the door is open. A man stands at the door with a candle, calling to the group carrying Mr. Lincoln. They're taking the president in there. The number is 453, 453 10th Street. Anybody know who lives in that house? Peterson! It's the Peterson house! It's the only house available. The President's White House guard is thundering into the street. Perhaps you can hear the ring of their horses' hoofs on the cobblestone. They're flashing their sabers and clearing the street. President Lincoln has been shot. President Lincoln has been shot. There's been so much excitement. Only now the full horror of what has just happened at Ford Theater is beginning to dawn. We will stay here in front of the Peterson house and bring you immediately any reports on Mr. Lincoln's condition. But we have just been informed that something has happened elsewhere in Washington that we don't know of here on the scene, and so we return you now to our studios.
And I'll give you the bulletins as fast as they come in, Quincy, as soon as we get it back from Daly down there on the street, right?
How much time have I got, though? How long am I on?
Wait a minute. Go ahead.
You're on the air. This is Quincy Howe. John Daly has just announced that an attempt has been made on the life of Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater. Secretary of State Seward, has also... just a second. Here's the bulletin. Secretary of State Seward has been attacked. A man entered the Seward house on Lafayette Square in Washington tonight. He overpowered all resistance, gained entrance to the Secretary's bedroom, and slashed at Mr. Seward with a knife. It's not known whether the attacker was John Wilkes Booth or an accomplice, or whether the two attacks were connected. Now, here's Ned Calmer with more bulletins.
All Washington is in a state of panic this terrible night of April 14th, 1865. There are wild rumors that the entire cabinet has been murdered, that General Grant has been assassinated, that the war is not yet over. There's no evidence as yet that these other wild rumors are true. I repeat, the other rumors are not true so far as is known. Secretary of War Stanton has arrived at the house on 10th Street where Mr. Lincoln has been taken. He's in complete charge of the situation up to now. Now again, Quincy Howe.
John Wilkes Booth has escaped. He left Ford's Theater by a rear door, leapt on a horse that was waiting for him, and dashed off into the darkness. Someone from the audience chased him, just missed him, a matter of inches. Booth left Washington by the Navy Yard Bridge, where a sentry challenged him, and he gave his real name, John Wilkes Booth.
The following is the fiend's description. Age, 26, lithe and sinewy of body, having probably a broken leg, intense of speech and behavior. Height, 5 feet 8, weight, 160 pounds. Hair black, eyes black, heavy dark eyebrows, wears a large seal ring on little finger, when talking moves his head forward, looks down. That is John Wilkes Booth. Rewards totaling $100,000 have been offered for his capture. Armed pursuit groups are after him already.
Booth must have had help. He just couldn't have committed this crime by himself or without lots of preparation. But who slashed Secretary Seward? Who crossed the Navy Yard Bridge a few moments after Booth? Why was it that Booth tried to see Vice President Johnson this afternoon and then left his calling card when he failed? Who cut the telegraph wires out of Washington and why? Where was the president's guard, John F. Parker? How could Booth have possibly gained entrance to the president's box without being challenged? These are some of the questions that the tragedy has raised here in this bewildered capital. How deep do the roots of this plot go? Does the trail perhaps lead right to persons highly placed up in the government? A note has just been handed me. John Daly, in front of the Patterson House, has news of President Lincoln's condition. So we take you now to the Peterson House.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson House, where President Lincoln was carried after he was shot in Ford's Theater across the street. The president is sinking swiftly. He has not regained consciousness since Booth sent a single bullet fired at close range into the area behind the president's ear. The surgeons are discussing now the question of removing that bullet. Mrs. Lincoln is in there at the bedside, so is the president's son, Captain Robert Lincoln. Tad, the president's younger son, is at the White House. He has been assured that his father will live, but this was told the lad only to quiet him. Major Rathbone was slashed about the arm and shoulder by Booth and fainted from a loss of blood. He has been taken home. In addition to Secretary of War Stanton, most of the cabinet members have arrived, and here comes the Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Gideon Wells. Mr. Wells, this is CBS. We know how great your grief is at this moment, sir, but there are so many questions still to be answered about this frightful tragedy. Will you help us? Who is this amazing madman, John Wilkes Booth?
This lunatic, this unspeakable Judas, is a known secessionist who did not have the courage to don the uniform of his cause.
But what possible motive, sir, do you think he could have had in committing this hideous crime?
Only a mind deranged could have given birth to such an act. It may be that he thought to kindle again the dead spark of rebellion. If so, he is as great a fool as he is a villain. The war is over. The Union will stand. Booth has done the Confederate cause more harm than he can imagine.
What about the South, sir? What will the South think of Booth's act?
I do not know the mind of the South, but I predict that when the men who fought with Lee, in uniform, under a flag, and according to a clean code, hear of this day, they will shrink with horror from this vile deed. Assassination is not an American tradition. It never struck in this country until tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I know that as Mr. Lincoln's friend and Secretary of the Navy, you want to go in and see him. A note has just been handed me. It says, this is sad and tragic news. The president's pulse is still falling. His breathing becomes more labored. That's all the note says. As this night of unutterable gloom and sadness wears on, stern resolve melts. Great men weep openly. There's scarcely a dry eye in this crowd here. The door to the Peterson House is opening once again, and Mr. John Hay, President Lincoln's private secretary, is coming out. Mr. Hay, over this way, please. Yes, Mr. Hay, you've been close to Mr. Lincoln. Did he have any fear that he might be struck down before his great work was finished?
Our beloved president constantly received threatening letters, which he filed away in an envelope. In March last month, there were 80 letters in the envelope. It was marked assassination.
You mean letters from cranks and that sort?
Yes. In 1860 in Springfield, Mr. Lincoln saw a double image of himself in a mirror. One face held the glow of life and breath. The other shone ghostly pale, white, portent of a safe passage through the first term, and death before the end of the second.
That was 5 years ago, then, that he had this omen?
Yes. But only last week, the president dreamed that he was walking through the White House amid the sound of great sobbing. In the east room, he came upon a coffin guarded by soldiers, surrounded by a weeping throng. The president asked, "Who is dead in the White House?" And the soldier replied, "The president. He was killed by an assassin."
Well, how did Mr. Lincoln feel about these presentiments?
Perhaps he answered that question this afternoon. He was walking across the White House grounds, and he passed some profane, drunken men. Mr. Lincoln remarked to his guard, "Crook, do you know, I believe there are men who want to take my life. And I have no doubt they will do it. I know no one could do it and escape alive. But if it is to be done, it is impossible to prevent it.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. The tragic news of the attack on President Lincoln has spread around the world. And now CBS takes you to important European capitals. First, to Buckingham Palace in London, England, and the voice of Her Britannic Majesty, Queen Victoria.
I speak to Mrs. Lincoln. No one can better appreciate than I, who am myself utterly broken-hearted by the loss of my own beloved husband, what your suffering must be. And I earnestly pray that you may be supported by him, to whom alone the sorely stricken can look for comfort.
And now to the French capital.
This is Paris. I am a French student speaking for thousands of us in the Latin Quarter. President Lincoln is a fellow citizen. There are no longer any countries shut up in narrow frontiers. Our country is everywhere, where there are neither masters nor slaves, where people live in liberty or fight for it. Paris, we take you now to the capital of Russia.
This is St. Petersburg, Russia. I will read a message from Leo Tolstoy, our great Russian author, who has just been informed of the attempted assassination of President Lincoln. The message reads, in far places over the earth, on every continent, the name of Lincoln will be worshipped, and the personality of Lincoln will become a world folk legend. Many hardships and much experience brought him to the realization that the greatest human achievement is love. The greatness of Napoleon, Caesar, or Washington is moonlight by the sun of Lincoln. His example is universal and will last thousands of years. Lincoln is humanity. We return you now to the United States.
This is John Daly in front of the Peterson home on 10th Street. It is past 7 o'clock in the morning, April 15, 1865. President Lincoln was shot last night at 10:15. Doctors say there is no hope. The long vigil will soon be over. Here outside the Peterson house, a cold rain is falling. The sky is dully gray. The early morning mist is like a shroud. The hearts of men and women are overflowing with grief. Some are kneeling, some lifting their voices in the singing of spirituals. We are told that Mrs. Lincoln is not in the room with the president. She has made her last farewell and is seated in a back parlor. Captain Robert, the president's son, is leaning on Secretary Stanton's arm. He has borne himself well. Only twice has he given way to his overwhelming grief. The Reverend Dr. Gurley has spoken a prayer. For Abraham Lincoln, there will be black borders on the newspapers today, anguished sermons on Resurrection Sunday tomorrow in a resting place. There will be the end of the mortal, but the beginning of the immortal. For Abraham Lincoln will live on in the union he has saved, in the freedom he has given, in the dreams he has dreamed, in the vision he has seen, the vision under God of a new birth of freedom, of government of the people, by the people, for the people. Secretary of War Stanton is coming out of the Peterson house now. He pauses in the doorway, and the crowd, looking at his grief-stricken face, is suddenly silent. Mr. Stanton, how is Mr. Lincoln?
Now, he belongs to the ages.
The dread thing that we have awaited is come. President Lincoln is dead. The victim of Booth's vicious...
Washington, April 14, 1865. Abraham Lincoln is assassinated at Ford's Theater.
This is John Daly in the Salem Court of Massachusetts Bay Province. The recess in the witchcraft trial of 71-year-old Rebecca Norse, which started at 10 o'clock in the morning of this 29th day of June, 1692, is just about over, and the trial should soon resume. As you know, Rebecca Norse, great-grandmother and mother of 8, whose husband owns a 300-acre farm not far from the Crane River Bridge, went on trial this morning as a witch. The penalty for witchcraft is death. This courthouse on Townhouse Lane is jammed to the rafters.
Salem, Massachusetts, June 1692. CBS is there.
A Salem court tries a woman as a witch. CBS invites you to believe that our microphone is there waiting for the verdict. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fourth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Lewis Shayon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Salem, June 29, 1692, and John Daly.
Tell them how this trial is progressing. The tension with which this day opened here in Salem has grown greater, if possible. In this trial, second in the biggest roundup of suspects these colonies have ever seen, 2 key witnesses for the prosecution this morning testified that the defendant, Rebecca Norse, was responsible for fits, seizures, and the unnatural torment which have been plaguing a dozen or so Salem girls for the last few months. Another woman named by these girls, Bridget Bishop, has already been hanged, and waiting in jail at this very moment to be tried by this same court on these same charges of witchcraft are 150 local residents who were seized in their homes in nearby Lynn, Topsfield, Marblehead, Amesbury, Andover, Wells, as well as Salem, and as far off as Boston. This morning, a prosecution witness, the Reverend Mr. Samuel Parris, minister of Salem Village, testified that the alleged unnatural activities of Rebecca Norse against the afflicted children are actually part of a much larger plot against the government. Is that correct, Mr. Parris?
If that plot had not been discovered, the plotters would soon have succeeded in sinking this government.
On the stand this morning, Mr. Parris, you spoke of proof.
They have been holding meetings, sir. They have been holding meetings and plotting to root out the Christian religion from this country.
I see. You said, too, that they were prepared to blow up all the churches and wreck our government.
And set up instead their own diabolism.
So, well, I'm told, sir, that before you came to this church, you were a merchant in the Barbados Isles.
I gave up commerce for the ministry.
You brought back with you some slaves, sir.
2.
Is it true, Mr. Parris, that there has been a dispute going on between you and members of your congregation as to what were the terms of your salary agreed upon 2.5 years ago?
When I accepted the call to this parish 2 years and 7 months ago, my salary was clearly determined.
But there is a dispute, isn't there, as to whether it gives you permanent ownership of the parsonage or merely the use of the ministry and the pasture.
The salary for my services includes full and permanent ownership of the parsonage and surrounding grounds. Those who have disputed it are simply not in possession of the facts.
I see, but is the prisoner's husband, is Francis Norse, among those who have disputed your claim to permanent ownership, Mr. Parris?
Francis Norse is not in possession of the facts.
Just one more question, Mr. Parris. About the committee charged with furnishing you with firewood last November, when you tried to have them brought to law.
The committee had stubbornly and for a long time been derelict in its duty to furnish the parsonage with firewood.
But it was argued then that an extra sum had been added to your annual salary to compensate you for finding your own firewood. Mr. Parris, Rebecca Norse's husband, the husband of the woman against whom you testified this morning, is on the firewood committee, is he not?
Rebecca Norse has been plotting the destruction of our government.
Thank you very much, Reverend Samuel Parris. Also on the stand this morning, we heard Dr. William Griggs, village physician, testify that a number of his patients had been bewitched. Dr. Griggs, you said that you yourself had seen evidence of their unnatural affliction.
I saw the ministers, the Reverend Mr. Paris's own niece, try to fly up the chimney.
You described how she was picked up by an unseen force.
An unseen force hurled her through the room so that she flew from wall to wall. Then she began to show every evidence of starting to fly, stretching up her arms as high as she could and crying, wish, wish, wish.
This morning, Dr. Griggs, you testified that the girls were under the baleful influence of an evil eye. Now, speaking as a medical man, what is the explanation of the evil eye?
When a witch turns her evil eye on a subject, an invisible and impalpable fluid darts from the eye of the witch and penetrates the brain of the bewitched. From then on, the witch can do with the bewitched as she pleases.
Thank you, Dr. Griggs. The excitement over the witches brings to a head the anxiety and unrest which has been disturbing these people of Salem. Dissatisfaction with a succession of governors, high taxes, a high cost of living, and lately rumors of war make it easy to understand why the distracted Salemites feel, as one put it to me this morning, that Satan is loose in New England, and why they're not surprised to learn that 150 of their own neighbors and even friends have been plotting with the devil against them and their government. The judges are coming in now. Judges Sewell, Sargent, Winthrop, Richards of Boston, Corwin, and Gedney of Salem. And here comes the deputy governor, the Honorable William Stoughton, who has been acting as Chief Justice during the trial. This is the sign that the recess is over, the prisoner is about to be brought in, and the trial resumed. The crowd grows quiet. Attorney General Thomas Newton has walked over to say something to Deputy Governor Stoughton.
Here she comes.
Oh, here she comes. Here comes Rebecca Norse, accused witch. She's flanked by George Herrick on the right, another constable on the left. Her husband is standing up. Francis Norse is waving to his wife, trying to get her attention, but the elderly prisoner seems to be either too indifferent or too tired to look up. That was her daughter's voice. The voice you heard was Sarah Norse's, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter. She called out, "Mother," and her mother seems to have heard her. She raises her head. She looks a little bewildered. Judge Stoughton is pounding on the desk for order. The trial's about to start. In the front row, the afflicted girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, who are here to testify against Rebecca Norse, are staring at her. The marshal helps the prisoner to the platform where she stood this morning. Apparently, Rebecca Norse is still not going to sit. She's going to stand through this session. She's standing about 8 feet from the judges now, facing the judges. Attorney General Newton has opened the trial, and he tells Rebecca Norse, "You are now in the hands of authority."
I adjure you to answer the questions of the court truthfully and not to lie.
He warns her not to lie, and now I'll throw open the microphone on the witness stand and let you hear the proceedings.
Rebecca Norse, why do you hurt these children?
I do not hurt them.
If you are guilty of this fact, do you think you can hide it?
The Lord knows.
Ann Putnam, have you seen this woman hurt you?
Yes, she beat me last night.
Despite the fact that Rebecca Norse was locked in the Salem jail last night, 12-year-old Ann Putnam accuses her of having beaten her in her own home, thereby implying that Rebecca Norse can be in two places at once and is therefore a witch.
Abigail Williams, have you been hurt by this woman?
Yes.
Now, Rebecca Norse, here are two, Ann Putnam, the child, and Abigail Williams, who complain of your hurting them. What do you say to it?
I do not hurt them.
This morning you heard read the confession of one Abigail Hobbs, confessed witch. She named you as the queen of a witch's feast. What do you say to it?
How could she say that? She is one of us.
What do you mean by that?
By what?
What do you mean by one of us?
She is like the rest of us, innocently imprisoned.
Didn't you say you would tell the truth? Who hurts these children now? Look upon them.
May I go to prayer?
We have not sent for you to go to prayer. Why did you stop coming to church when the girls were seized with fits?
It made me ill.
Why didn't you visit them in their affliction the way the other neighbors did?
I was not able to go out of doors because of illness.
What sort of illness?
I suffer from weakness of the stomach, sir.
What did he say to you?
We mustn't believe everything these distracted children say. There's no one whispering in the ear.
You dare to lie before this whole assembly. You are now before authority. I expect the truth. What did the man whisper in your ear?
I ask anyone here to tell me they saw anyone beside me. You can see I am all alone.
Let's go to the sacrament, David. Please do not stay there.
There has been talk among your neighbors, Rebecca Noss, that your illness is of a supernatural character. What do you say to that?
I've had difficult times, sir. I am the mother of 8 children, and I suffer with the weakness that any woman would, my age and condition.
Do you have any wounds? Attorney General Newton has asked the defendant perhaps the most dangerous question of all so far. Do you have any wounds? Referring to those marks found on the person of a witch which betray that she is in league with Satan. But Rebecca Noss, being slightly deaf, he has to repeat the question, do you have any wounds? I have none but old age, she answers. 71-year-old Rebecca Noss is beginning to tire. Her white hair, somewhat disheveled, is clinging to her forehead. She's wringing her hands, nervously clasping and... Something strange is happening. 12-year-old Ann Putnam is screaming. She is pinching. She is pinching. And now Abigail Williams is screaming. She is choking me. Both of these girls seem to be having some kind of a spasm. They're writhing on the floor, clutching at their throats and crying as Rebecca Noss is choking them. Deputy Marshal Herrick and another constable have run over and are each holding one of the prisoner's hands to keep her from pinching and choking the girls who are at least 10 feet away from her. They're now manacling her hands behind her back. The turmoil is dying down. The spectators are taking their seats. Attorney General Newton again turns to the prisoner, who seems visibly...
You see, Rebecca Noss, what a great condition these girls are in. Why do you hurt them?
I do not hurt them.
When your hands are freed, the girls are pinched and choked.
Yes, sit down. Do not feel well.
You are strong enough, Rebecca Noss, to bewitch these girls. You are strong enough to stand at your trial. Do you think these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily? What do you say, Rebecca Noss? Do these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily?
No.
The court is not able to hear you.
May my husband come up to wipe me for it, sweat from me for it. My hands are bound.
These girls charge you with hurting them. If you think they suffer involuntarily, then you admit that what they say is true. And if you think they suffer not willingly, then you are calling them murderers. Which do you say, Rebecca Noss?
I do not mean to call them murderers. I don't know what to make of their conduct.
Answer the question, Rebecca Noss. Do you think these girls suffer against their will or not?
I do not think they suffer against their will.
Rebecca Noss is showing extraordinary courage. Old, alone, pitted against men of superior education and legal training with no lawyer to defend her, she nevertheless sticks to her point that the girl's fits are not involuntary. Now Ann Putnam's mother, Mrs. Thomas Putnam, takes the stand.
Tell the court what happened.
One morning, Rebecca Noss came to me.
What time was it?
It was very early morning. Just as it grew light. She was still in her nightgown. She came to me, and she brought a little red book in her hand.
She tried to make you sign it?
She said if I wouldn't, she would tear my soul out of my body.
What happened then?
Then there appeared to me 6 children in winding sheets. And they called me aunt.
Who are these children?
They told me they were the children of my sister Baker, who lives in Boston. And they said that Rebecca Noss had murdered them. And they told me to go and tell it to the magistrate, or they would tear me to pieces.
The testimony piling up against Rebecca Noss has become more serious, if possible. And now another neighbor of the accused, Sarah Pepper, a widow, takes the stand.
Now, without fear, will you tell the court, Sarah Pepper, whether anything ever took place between the prisoner and any member of your family?
Yes, sir. About this time, 3 years ago, my dear husband, Benjamin Pepper, now dead, may the Lord bless his soul, was as well as I ever knew him in my life.
Yes, go on, please.
He was healthy and happy till one Sunday morning, Rebecca North.
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft?
The same Rebecca North who now stands charged with witchcraft.
What did she do?
She came to our house and fell to scolding and railing at him because our pigs had gotten into her fields.
Your fields are close together?
Yes, sir. And we're only supposed to keep half the fence mended. It's up to her to mend the other half. That was the agreement.
What happened then?
Her side of the fence was down and our pigs got through. We told her we'd kept those pigs hobbled, but there wasn't a thing you could say to quiet her down. She railed and scolded, calling on her son Benjamin to go and get a gun and kill the pigs.
How did your husband answer her?
My poor husband never said one word amiss to her. And it was right after that he was taken with a fit.
Was his seizure the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having?
His seizure was the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having.
Did your husband have any seizures after that?
My poor husband was never the same again. The day before he died, he talked very cheerful. But he was seized at midnight, and this fit lasted till the next night. And then he died.
The deputy marshal is leading the weeping widow Pepper back to her seat, and Attorney General Newton turns to confer with the 7 judges behind him. This looks bad for the defendant. So far, all of the testimony. Wait a minute. A young man is coming towards the judge's bench. It's Samuel Norse, the prisoner's son. The sheriff challenges him.
I want to speak. If you have any evidence to present, Samuel Norse, present it at the proper time.
This is the proper time, and I ask leave of the court to present my evidence.
Tell your story.
On the 27th of March, I and my sister's husband, John Tarbell, he's here now, and he'll swear to everything I say.
Tell your story.
John and I went up to Thomas Putnam's to find out why his wife and daughter were making shocking accusations against my mother.
The reason why is no secret. You heard them tell the court.
I wanted them to tell me. At the house, I found Miss Putnam, her daughter Anne, and one of Anne's friends. I asked young Anne how she came to name my mother among the witches. I said, did she mention my mother's name first, or did someone else say it to her?
What point are you trying to make?
When I asked young Anne how she first came to mention my mother's name among the witches, she replied that she had seen the apparition of a pale-faced woman sitting in her grandmother's chair. I said, who was that woman? She said she didn't know her name. I said, who told you to say my mother's name?
Are you saying?
That's when her friend spoke up. Why, Anne, don't you remember? She said it was your mother. That made Miss Putnam very angry. She cried, why, it was not. It was you told her to say Rebecca Norse. Then they turned on each other and they said it was you. It was you told her to say the name.
I still don't understand the point you are trying to make, Samuel Norse.
What I'm trying to say is that not one of those who now accuse my mother would admit it was they first named her among the witches.
First or last, they named her.
Take your
Attorney
seat.
General Newton seems to be a little impatient as he motions Samuel Norse to return to his seat. His sister has risen. The Norse family seems to be on the attack now in defense of their mother. Sarah Norse, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter, without being asked, without permission, has come up and is now standing before the bench. Attorney General Newton ignores her. He's conferring with the judges. Rebecca Norse is looking at her daughter. She's smiling, a strange, vague smile. Now Attorney General Newton has turned to Sarah Norse. He's taking her testimony.
I was in the meeting house on the 24th of March, the day the committee first examined my mother. I was there when Miss Bibber...
You are referring to the widow Bibber who lives in Wenham?
That's the one. I was there when she went into a fit.
The court knows that.
I was watching her when she began to scream that my mother was sticking her with pins.
You're adding nothing new to the facts, Sarah Norse. If that is why you have asked for permission to testify...
But I saw Miss Bibber take the pins out of her clothes. I saw her take the pins out of her clothes. That's all! I saw Miss Bibber take some pins out of her clothes and hold them between her fingers. Then I saw her clasp her hands around her knees. And that's when she began to scream that my mother was sticking pins into her. You're a liar!
One of the spectators probably sees Mrs. Bibber screaming, that's a lie. She's a liar. Sarah Norse is answering her, shouting, it's the truth, and you know it. The marshal is making her go back to her seat.
Go on down and take your seat. I would like to speak.
Benjamin Putnam is asking to testify.
forward.
The Attorney General is inviting him to come forward, is asking the brother-in-law of Mrs. Thomas Putnam, who testified against Rebecca Norse just a minute ago, to come forward.
I have a paper here, signed by 39 people of Salem, and Salem Village. I ask the court's permission to read it.
You may read it.
We whose names...
Will you read it a little louder?
We whose names are hereunto subscribed, being desired by Francis Norse to declare what we know concerning his wife's conversation for some time past, can testify to all whom it may concern that we have known her for many years, and according to our observation, her life and conversation were as she claimed it, and we never had any cause or grounds to suspect her of any such thing as she is now accused of. Signed, Benjamin Putnam, Sarah Putnam, Job Swinnerton, Esther Swinnerton, Samuel Abbey, Hepzibah Ray, Daniel
This
Andrew...
is a surprise. 39 of Rebecca Norse's neighbors, including Ann Putnam's own brother-in-law, testified by petition to their belief in Rebecca Norse's innocence. Rebecca Norse seems stunned by this unexpected turn in her favor. The spectators, too, seem visibly impressed by the long list of responsible and respectable names. Mrs. Putnam looks startled. She keeps brushing her hair out of her eyes. Her face is pale. Judge Stoughton is turning to the jury.
Rebecca Norse! Didn't you bring the devil with you? Didn't you tell me to tempt God and die? How often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation, Rebecca Norse?
That was Mrs. Putnam. She's screaming, how often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation? She's hysterical. She's becoming violent. She's ripping her clothes. Her husband has received the court's permission to take her outside, and he's lifted her bodily. He's carrying out, kicking and screaming out of the courtroom, and has taken her out now. The trial can start again. Rebecca Norse seems to be on the point of fainting. It doesn't look as if she can keep standing on her feet much longer. Once again, Judge Stoughton... Wait a minute. Something else has happened. A woman among the spectators threw her shoe and hit Rebecca Norse in the face. There's a red streak on Rebecca Norse's right temple where Mrs. Pope's shoe hit her. Rebecca Norse looks white and shaken. The courtroom is quieting down. Judge Stoughton turns to the jury. Apparently there's going to be no more testimony. He's going to send out the jury for a verdict right now.
I charge that you, being the judges of the facts, if you find that Rebecca Norse did bewitch the said girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, so that they were sore afflicted and tormented, then you must find her guilty of witchcraft under the statute of James I.
The jury has risen now and is filing out of this courtroom to consider the verdict. The judges are leaving too, and Deputy Marshal Herrick is taking Rebecca Norse from the courtroom. Some of the spectators are leaving for a breath of fresh air. The jury is out of the courtroom now. Of course, there's no possible way of knowing how long they will be. They may return momentarily, and if they do, we will switch back here to the courtroom immediately. Meantime, there are about 150 other suspects, as we told you, who have been rounded up in this drive and who are now in nearby jails waiting to be tried by this same court. My colleagues Harry Marble and Ken Roberts are at this moment in two of those prisons, Boston and Ipswich, with CBS microphones, and we switch you first to Harry Marble in Boston Prison.
This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I'm standing in a room about 25 by 35 and 7 feet high. The walls are of stone and the windows are barred. Leaning against the walls and chained to the benches here are about 25 or 30 men who are waiting to be tried for witchcraft. Right beside me, his hands manacled, is Navy Captain John Alden. Captain Alden, what are the specific charges against you?
Witchcraft, I presume.
You have to pay your own room and board while you're in prison, don't you, Captain?
Yes. And should I have the misfortune to be found guilty, my family would have to pay the cost of my execution. And, of course, my property would immediately be confiscated by the authorities. The deputy governor, I imagine.
I am told that some of your fellow prisoners confessed to practicing witchcraft, Captain.
I will tell you how one confessed. A boy of about 18. They had him tied neck and heels until blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He confessed.
One more question, Captain Alden. Are you by any chance related to the John Alden who married Priscilla Mullen?
That was my father, sir. My parents met on the Mayflower coming over from the other side.
Thank you, Captain John Alden. This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I now switch you to Ken Roberts in Ipswich Jail.
This is Ken Roberts in Ipswich. The jail here is crowded with women of all ages.
Beside me here is the prisoner, Dorcas Good, accused witch. How old are you, Dorcas?
I'm 4 years old.
4-year-old Dorcas Good was arrested the same day as Rebecca Norse.
I'm 4, going on 5.
Dorcas just corrected her age. She is 4, going on 5. Why are you here, Dorcas?
I want a piece of bread with honey.
Do you know why they put you here, Dorcas?
My name is Dorcas Good, and I'm 4 years old, going on 5.
Chained beside 4-year-old Dorcas here is Mrs. Rebecca Jacobs of Salem Town. Why have they put you in prison, Mrs. Jacobs?
They ran in the street. They ran in the street, and I said, look at the children. They are running in the street.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Then the men said, these are your children. They are running after you. Tell them to go back.
Your children saw you arrested, Mrs. Jacobs?
Come home, Mother. Mother, come home. I want my children. I want my children. I want my mother.
Do you get enough to eat here, Mrs. Jacobs?
Children, don't cry. Mother will be home. The night men are just taking your mother for a walk.
Mrs. Jacobs, have your children been allowed to visit you?
Bloodroot and windflowers, sweet Mary and lilacs, they grow in my garden. When night comes, they close their eyes and go to sleep. I want my children. I want my baby.
I want a slice of bread and honey.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobs, but a message has just been handed to me. The jury trying Rebecca Norse has just come back into the courtroom. So this is Ken Roberts returning you to John Daly in Salem.
This is John Daly in the Salem courtroom. The jury has come back. The jury charged with the fate of Rebecca Norse has just returned. The judges are in their places. The prisoner, her hands still manacled, stands facing the bar. The spectators are silent, waiting. The jurymen have taken their seats, all except Thomas Fisk, the foreman. The foreman is standing, and now Judge Stoughton turns to the jury.
Have you reached a verdict? We have. What have you found? We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. The jury has found Rebecca Norse not guilty. She looks stunned and stands bewildered and confused, pale and shaken. Her husband is fighting his way up to her. 72-year-old Francis Norse is crying, and his wife, Rebecca Norse, is now in his arms. Rebecca Norse, her gray head sunk on his shoulder, is crying for the first time since this trial began. Her sons and daughters are kissing and hugging her. They're all trying to touch her. They're patting her face, her hair, her dress, and they're laughing, and at the same time, tears are streaming down their cheeks. Now Judge Stoughton has left the bench and is talking with Thomas Fisk, the foreman of the jury. George Herrick, the deputy marshal, is pushing his way through to Rebecca Norse, probably to tell her that he's glad she was acquitted. The deputy marshal is saying something to Rebecca Norse now, and for some reason or the other, he's taking her by the shoulder. And now the jury is going out again, and Sam Norse has run over to the deputy governor. He seems to be having a heated argument with Judge Stoughton. I'm going to get over there to find out what's going on. There's something going on. There's a great deal of confusion all around here.
Do this to my mother. I did not impose on the jury. I've merely given them a fact which they had overlooked.
Mr. Norse, what has happened?
They're making the jury convict my mother. The jury comes back with a verdict of not guilty, and Stoughton sends them out again. They come back and he tells them that they have misinterpreted the facts. They have my mother on the stand, and they tell her Abigail Hobbs said she was a witch. And she says, how can Abigail say that? She is one of us. Now the judge says that when my mother said she's one of us, she admitted she was a witch too. But he heard my mother say she didn't mean that. She meant Miss Hobbs was just one of the prisoners. Why, what Stoughton's done is tell the jury to hang her.
But why? Why should Judge Stoughton do this?
Because they've got some people in office around here who are scared of being pushed out. There are too many people who don't like them. So they find themselves some scapegoats. They take women like my mother. They say she's a witch. They say they're trying to bewitch our children and sink the government. All they're trying to do is save their own necks, and for that they're going to hang my mother.
Sam Norse is angry, frenzied. He seems to be absolutely sure the jury will change its verdict. I've never seen anything like this happen in a courtroom before, and it's hard to believe. But we'll see. The jury is coming back already. They've only been out a short while. With Tom Fisk leading them, they're coming back into the jury box. Their faces are grave. Judge Stoughton is banging his gavel for order and has turned now to jury foreman Thomas Fisk.
Have you reached a verdict? We have. What is your verdict? We find Rebecca Norse guilty as charged.
Mother!
Rebecca Norse has been found guilty. What Sam Norse feared has happened. Everything he said was apparently true. And if this is contempt of this court, let it be so. A woman adjudged innocent by a jury of her peers. by almost precise direction of a presiding judge, has been found guilty and now must pay the supreme penalty.
Salem, June 29, 1692. Rebecca Norse is guilty, and the witch hunt goes on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fourth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week,
July 29, 1588, the English Channel. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Salem Witch Trial was written by Sylvia Berger. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be...
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of a continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the end of this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement therefore comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes?
Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity,
Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
If you
intended
please, Mr.
any...
Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices. But no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to
Mr.
make...
Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coups d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for 1/2 of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. True. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colonies battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolens, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen. My family's English. They're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see. This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence? Worse, much worse. Terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the word second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What's he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself.
What are you talking about? You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory.
I'm telling the truth. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you.
Listen, close your mouth.
Caswell is struck by the man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes and spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. Delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our head. We must stand.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Kelmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British commander-in-chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General Howe, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They are the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Eliot in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Chalmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independence Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They are trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The commander-in-chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier!
Let me go. I got called.
Oh, just a few questions. You've got plenty of time. What's your name, son?
Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Uh-huh. Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
Two months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month.
Uh-huh.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. No. Some fellas enlisted for the money and then deserted without even serving their 3 months.
Well, yes, but what about independence, Tom? How do you feel about independence?
Well, I don't know nothing about that, honest, mister. Oh, there's the general. I gotta go.
General Washington is approaching the microphone. He wears his full dress uniform. His sword flaps against the side of his leg as he walks. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But, General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now, his shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collier in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken. And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
Proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely, that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet, some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortune. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President, British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a Declaration of Independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York
and make the defense of that city hopeless. Pass the declaration and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of warfare with a mother country, but civil war as well. And in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success. Proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5, there go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a great, a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett.
New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence.
Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams.
The patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence.
Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery.
Independence.
Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman.
Independence, unanimous.
New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon.
Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence.
Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr. Caesar Rodney.
Delaware votes unanimously for independence.
The Declaration of Independence is passed. Delaware has cast the deciding vote. There is no reaction from the delegates, and the voting continues. It will very probably be unanimous by colonies. Many of the individual delegates are shaking their heads. However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events, change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
July 4th,
Secure these rights.
1776. John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the conference chamber of the Admiralty in London. On this 23rd day of May, 1701, Sir Rodney Graves, prominent member of the House of Commons, has still not arrived for his scheduled appointment at this time with Lord Orford, First Lord of the Admiralty. Sir Rodney requested that appointment. It's expected he will present a petition to Lord Orford signed by several members of the House of Commons. That petition will request a stay of execution for Captain William Kidd, who within the hour is scheduled to hang at Execution Dock at Wapping on the Thames for piracy on the high seas. Here in the conference chamber of the Admiralty, a group of reporters are crowded around the table where Lord Orford presides.
May 23rd, 1701, London, England. You are there.
A prominent member of the House of Commons makes an 11th hour attempt to stay the hanging of Captain Kidd, condemned for piracy. CBS takes you back 247 years to the truth behind a false legend. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
London, the conference chamber of the Admiralty, and John Hollenbeck.
Successful in securing from Lord Orford a stay of execution for Captain Kidd. The captain is 56 years old, an American colonial from New York. He was commissioned 3.5 years ago by Lord Orford to sweep the seas of pirates who were destroying English trade. After 18 months on the high seas, it was alleged that Captain Kidd was using his royal commission as a cloak for his own profitable freebooting. The Admiralty ordered the arrest in Boston 2 years ago. Captain Kidd was brought to England and indicted for piracy. After serving 2 years in Newgate Prison, he was brought to trial last week and condemned to hang. The trial was a sensational affair. It involved personages in high office here in England. There have been charges made in the House of Commons that despite the verdict of the Admiralty Court, Captain Kidd is no pirate, that he is in truth a scapegoat for certain prominent noblemen in the government who wish to see him dead because dead men tell no tales. Sir Rodney has just come into the conference chamber accompanied by several other members of the House of Commons. The reporters are crowding around him, hurling questions at his head.
Sir Rodney. Gentlemen, please, I cannot answer all of you at once.
Sir Rodney, on what basis does your petition request the stay of execution?
A certain new evidence has come to light which casts considerable doubt on the guilt of Captain Kidd. We feel that he should have another opportunity to substantiate his claim of innocence.
What evidence, Sir Rodney?
At the moment, I cannot say.
But, Sir Rodney, what hopes have you that Lord Orford will grant a stay at this last moment?
There is still time. All that is needed is a word to the sheriff. If Lord Orford is a just man, I fail to see how he can deny us.
It is true, though, isn't it, that Lord Orford will be tried on a bill of impeachment in the House of Lords next week?
Yes, but I fail to see
Well, his lordship will be tried, won't he, for illegally sanctioning the Kidd expedition?
That is correct, but I don't see how...
But, Sir Rodney, you are the chief mover of the bill of impeachment against Lord Orford, and
I stand not alone in my opposition to the present government.
What I'm trying to get at, Sir Rodney, is that certain quarters have charged that you are trying to keep Captain Kidd alive in the hope that he will offer damaging testimony against Lord Orford.
If Captain Kidd has anything to contribute, he should be heard.
Sir Rodney, do you think that Captain Kidd is...
Gentlemen, make silence. The First Lord of the Admiralty.
Lord Orford is entering the conference chamber, followed by two undersecretaries. The First Lord of the Admiralty is with his tall man, well past his middle years, a stern face, and carries himself with that self-contained, cool manner so typical of him under all circumstances. He's taking his place now at the head of the conference table. He's busy with some papers, made no sign of acknowledgement to the petitioners. Sir Rodney, the other members of the House are standing, waiting for his attention. Lord Orford looks up now. He's leaning back in his chair. For the first time, he has looked directly at Sir Rodney. His lordship is speaking.
Gentlemen, your concern with me. State it.
My lord, we beg your consideration for the matter contained in this petition, which we hereby present.
I am pressed for time, gentlemen. I note the length of this document. Briefly, what is contained therein?
Speaking for several gentlemen of the House of Commons and others, we petition for a stay of execution for Captain William Kidd.
In my opinion, this man, William Kidd, was fairly tried and justly condemned. Unless you can produce particulars that have not yet come to light and that have some bearing upon his case, I see no reason to set aside the verdict of the court.
New particulars, my lord, have come to our attention, which have direct bearing on a matter to be presented to Commons, to the House of Lords, next week. The House Committee on Trade meets today to consider those particulars. Now, in our judgment, it is essential that Captain Kidd be interrogated by this committee.
Captain Kidd has twice been interrogated by the House before his trial.
Yes, my lord. But as I have said, new particulars have come to light upon which we wish to question him.
Well, shortly, sir? What are these new particulars?
At this moment, my lord, it would be injudicious to make them public. They are a matter for House consideration.
Indeed, sir. You come before me and plead that I set aside the verdict of the Admiralty Court. On what basis, pray? You refuse to tell me the basis unless you grant me just inducement this petition denied.
My lord, are we to understand that you deny the rights of the House of Commons to make investigation into matters which concern the welfare of His Majesty's government?
I do not deny the House. I deny this unwarranted and unofficial procedure.
But my lord, time presses. Captain Kidd is to be hanged within the hour.
It is indeed unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Petition denied.
This is Don Hollenbeck again, as you heard. Petition denied. Lord Orford has risen. The sign the interview is over. He's walking toward the door now, followed by his undersecretaries. The reporters have surrounded Sir Rodney again, besieging him with questions. Sir Rodney, are you still going ahead with your efforts to get a stay of execution?
Well, are you going to take the matter up with the House? Do you think there's time, sir?
As long as Captain Kidd is alive, we still do everything in our power to bring him before the Committee of Trade. And now, if you will excuse me, gentlemen, the matter is pressing, and I must get...
Sir Rodney Graves is leaving the Admiralty Conference Chamber. As you heard, he means evidently to continue his efforts to get a stay of execution. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you to our studios here in London.
This is Quincy Howe. We've been listening, as you have, to Don Hollenbeck's report from the Admiralty, and probably the same question has occurred to you that's occurred to us here in our London studios. Just what can Sir Rodney Graves do now to secure this stay of execution for Captain Kidd? Well, he could go at once to the House of Commons. He could ask the Committee on Trade to make an official request for a stay. The House of Commons just grabs every opportunity to discredit the House of Lords, especially when a member of the upper house, like Lord Orford, also happens to hold high office in His Majesty's government. The First Lord of the Admiralty, however, gave no guarantee that he would honor even an official request from the lower house. If Captain Kidd does not hang within the hour as scheduled, Lord Orford better start worrying about those impeachment proceedings next week. Because if Captain Kidd is kept alive to testify, the best opinion is that the First Lord of the Admiralty will be found guilty of misconduct and dismissed from office. As for Captain Kidd, well, he'd probably have a new trial with a pretty good chance of getting off. The whole case hinges on whether Lord Orford is guilty or innocent of the charges made against him, and on what new evidence Sir Rodney... in fact, we may have some new light on that right now. Ned Calmer reports that the Committee on Trade is just convening in the House of Commons to hear Sir Rodney Graves. So over to the House and Ned Calmer.
The committee chamber is packed with members of the Committee of Trade, as well as other members of the House and spectators here. The committee members are seated on a long platform at the end of the chamber. Chairman at the center, clerks below taking notes. Sir Rodney Graves started speaking a moment ago, reporting briefly on his meeting with Lord Orford. So let's listen.
A bill of impeachment against Lord Orford, which will be tried in the House of Lords next week. This bill will charge that the First Lord of the Admiralty did propose to two gentlemen by name Samuel Newton and William Reynolds that they undertake to organize a venture to clear the seas of pirates. The venture was to be launched for their private gain. Profit to be derived from the booty seized from the hands and vessels of the pirates taken. Lord Orford then commissioned one Captain William Kidd, master of the enterprise. Now, in the bill of impeachment, this committee has charged that Lord Orford had no legal right to commission under the Great Seal of England a sea captain who would engage in an enterprise for private gain.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, sir.
Mr. Harrison?
Thank you.
Mr. Harrison is a member of the committee who voted against the bill of impeachment and has consistently defended Lord Orford.
And in truth, he has been beguiling us with information we already have at our disposal. He is once again attempting to besmirch the reputation of a worthy nobleman who has unfailingly and unselfishly devoted himself to the service of the crown.
Oh, rubbish.
What is this technicality of legality? Can anyone doubt that his lordship acted in good faith in granting Captain Kidd his commission? Can anyone doubt that he was motivated purely by a desire to further the trade advantages of England? in clearing the seas of the scourge of piracy?
We are not here to debate that point, Mr. Harrison.
Oh.
No, sir. A majority of the committee has voted to put the matter to a test, entering a true bill of impeachment against my Lord Orford.
Really?
Yes. The matter of this impeachment will be determined by a trial of his peers in the House of Lords. I would request, Mr. Chairman, that the honourable member refrain from throwing obstructions and difficulties in our efforts to see justice done.
You may proceed, Sir Rodney.
Thank you. Now, this committee has been summoned to hear a request for an official action to stay the imminent execution of Captain Kidd. I urge this action because certain new particulars have come to light which make it imperative that Captain Kidd be interrogated further.
What are these particulars, Sir Rodney?
While we did not choose to divulge them to the First Lord, it is fitting that they be revealed to this body. The new particulars that have come to our attention are namely these: that the two gentlemen, Samuel Newton and William Reynolds, were naught but cloaks, go-betweens, to hide the identities of the true parties who hope to profit hugely by the enterprise. And I have reference specifically to our esteemed Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Somers, and to our equally esteemed First Lord of the Admiralty, Lord Orford.
Sir Rodney's accusation has produced a sensation in this committee chamber. If Sir Rodney can substantiate his charge, it will result in a scandal that will undoubtedly prove the end of the political careers of both Somers and Orford. These are serious charges of malfeasance in office. Mr. Harrison is asking for the floor. Let's listen again.
Thank you.
Most unjust, Mr. most unjust. Not at all according to English tradition. Not at all.
The honourable gentleman, Mr. Harrison, no doubt would have proof of my allegation.
Indeed, sir, I would. I will not stand by silently and hear such libels directed against two such honourable noblemen. The gentleman had best take care that he has proof, and proof indeed to support these scandalous statements.
I have the proof. I hold here in my hand a deposition signed before witnesses by Mr. Samuel Newton and Mr. Reynolds. The deposition attests to the fact that they, Mr. Newton and Mr. Reynolds, did secretly covenant with my lords Orford and Somers to hold in trust for my lords all ships, vessels, goods, merchandise, treasures, and other things that Captain Kidd might take as prizes on the high seas. In short, gentlemen, Mr. Newton and Mr. Reynolds were naught but paid agents, acting secretly in behalf of my lords Orford and Somers. The whole venture was designed by my lords Orford and Somers to use their high offices to line their own pockets. Now, sir, Mr. Chairman, can the honourable gentleman, Mr. Harrison, disprove that?
Mr. Harrison? Mr. Harrison makes no comment. Gentlemen, I believe our duty is clear. Sir Rodney?
Mr. Chairman, I move that this committee, officially, on behalf of the House of Commons, do at once petition Lord Orford to stay the hanging of Captain Kidd.
The honourable members of the committee have heard the motion. I note their accord. Sir Rodney is instructed to proceed at once.
This is Ned Calmer again. Sir Rodney's motion has been carried. Mr. Harrison was the only dissenter, but while the motion was being voted, word reached us that Captain Kidd has been taken from Newgate Prison and is now on his way to the execution dock at Wapping. Lord Orford apparently is determined to go on with the execution. John Daly is at execution dock, so over to him.
Here at execution dock off the Wapping stairs on the Thames, this great crowd gathered here still hasn't heard that Captain Kidd is on his way from Newgate Prison. Newgate Prison is only about a quarter of a mile from this dock, but Captain Kidd will not come directly to the gallows on this last journey, if it is to be his last journey. Tradition requires that the cart carrying the condemned stop before the portals of St. Sepulchre. There the preacher will come out on the steps of the church and deliver a sermon to all those within hearing, warning them that the wages of sin is death, and pointing to Captain Kidd as the illustration of gospel truth. When we hear the bells of St. Sepulchre as they are being tolled, we will know that Captain Kidd has reached the church. From there, after the sermon, it's only a matter of minutes to this dock. A public hanging always draws a huge audience here in London, but never since the day of Charles I, the day he was beheaded in 1649, has there been such a turnout to witness an execution. The stretch of beach exposed by the low tide is jammed with spectators. Scores of small boats filled with onlookers have collected along the riverfront close to the gallows. Behind them is a row of barges packed with people at 2 shillings a seat, I've been told, and the rigging of the ships moored to the nearby docks is swarming with seamen. Along Wapping Street, facing the waterfront, they're even perched upon the chimney top and the high, sharply pitched roofs of the buildings. There's no doubt that the wide publicity accorded the trial last week, the sensational character of the evidence. Oh, the hangman has just appeared on the dock. And the crowd is joshing him. As you can hear, a favorite sport on these occasions. Yeoman of the halter, third surveyor of the last drop. Some of the men and women here are shouting out. Jack Ketch, they call him, and that is not his real name. Every hangman since the days of the original hangman, whose name really was Jack Ketch, who, by the way, was hanged himself, every hangman since that time has been called Jack Ketch. And now the crowd is chanting a doggerel. Poor Jack Ketch, whose neck you're going to stretch. Listen to them for a minute. Looks greatly offended by the levity of this crowd. He scowls, turns his back on the people, and gives some instructions to his assistant. Jack Ketch wears a black cloak. He was a butcher by trade, but now I'm told he's quite proud of his office of public hangman. He's paid on a fee basis for each hanging and also gets whatever gratuities the victim may cast in his direction for quick and gentle treatment. There are the bells of St. Sepulchre. Captain Kidd's cart has now stopped at the church, and in a moment the preacher there will begin his sermon on the steps. The crowd here has heard the bells, is suddenly silent, for this crowd knows the meaning of the bells. And the sudden silence has served to highlight the cries of the vendors who don't stop for anything. They're still going about their business, and they've been doing a brisk trade all morning, peddling their wares, selling their services. Here's one now just approaching us, holding his wares high above his head as he pushes his way through the crowd. He's selling buns and singing out that they're hot and sweet. Let's see if we can pick him up for you. This way, friend. I'll have one of those.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And there's another one of the vendors. I can't make... Oh, yes, I can. I see now what his trade is. He's a tooth puller. He's carrying a vicious-looking pincers in one hand, a bowl in the other, and there's a blood-stained towel over his shoulder. And Kind Heart the tooth drawer is walking off into the crowd again. And while we were listening to him, we had word that something is happening at St. James's Palace, which may have important bearing on the fate of Captain Kidd. The cart carrying Captain Kidd will be at St. Sepulchre's for a few moments yet. So this is John Daly at Execution Dock, and now to Ken Roberts at St. James's Palace.
I'm in an anteroom off His Majesty's reception chambers. Captain John Humphreys is waiting for an audience with the King. Captain Humphreys is the American master mariner, the friend of Captain Kidd's, who came all the way from New York to bear character witness for Kidd at his trial last week. Captain Humphreys is ready to reveal to His Majesty certain new and sensational information which he hopes will cause the King to intervene even now and save Captain Kidd. He has told that information to one of the King's secretaries, and he's going to repeat it for us now. Captain Humphreys, what are you going to tell the King?
I shall tell His Majesty that if they hang Captain Kidd, they hang an innocent man, an honest mariner, a good husband, and a kind father, who enjoys the respect of every decent citizen in New York.
Yes, Captain, but what's the new evidence you have?
I am ready to swear to His Majesty that Captain Kidd received secret instructions from my Lord Belmont, governor of New York Province. And if under the cloak of his royal commission my friend went a freebooting himself, the Admiralty would conveniently close its eyes. He'd have naught to fear. In fact, it was expected of him.
What has Lord Belmont to do with this case?
The governor of New York, sir, was another gentleman who, together with my lords Orford and Somers, would have profited secretly by the venture.
I see. Well, what proof have you to back up that statement, Captain?
Captain Kidd himself, sir, came to me after speaking with Lord Belmont. And I remember well how distraught he was. He said he had no choice but to accept the commission. That if he didn't, he'd be a ruined man.
Ruined? How could they ruin him?
My Lord Belmont threatened to bar his vessel from all American waters. Captain Kidd said to me, and these are his exact words, "They expect me to do a bit of buccaneering myself, they do, but I would rather die than engage in such dishonorable practices."
You mean Captain Kidd knew they didn't expect him to go chasing pirates?
Oh, my dear sir, that was a pretext, a pure pretext, not their main concern. If the Admiralty were truly interested in capturing pirates, they had but to send a warship to New York Harbor and find them dining at the governor's table.
Is that so?
Yes, why, the bloodiest pirates roam up and down the streets of New York, sir, immune from seizure, brawling in the taverns, murdering and rioting in the streets, so that honest citizens fear for their lives and remain indoors at nightfall. Sea rovers, sir, with published prices on their heads, selling their bloody booty openly to the merchants on the docks of New York.
Well, why didn't you or Captain Kidd reveal this at the trial?
Sir, my poor friend William knew not where to turn. He hoped that if he held silence and didn't involve those in high office, they'd come to his help. And he imposed upon me the same silence. He swore me to it.
Well, Captain Humphreys, what of the evidence produced in court that Captain Kidd did seize a Moorish vessel, the Quedagh Merchant, upon the high seas?
Oh, Moorish vessel indeed. As Captain Kidd claimed, the Quedagh Merchant was sailing under the French flag and carrying French passes. And as such, she was a legitimate prize of war, for we're at war with France. Captain Kidd was instructed to engage all enemy vessels.
Yes, but those French passes were not produced as evidence in Captain Kidd's defense.
They were not produced because my Lord Orford has them in his pocket. And he means not to let them see the light of day until my friend's mouth is stopped.
Well, that's a rather serious charge, Captain Humphreys.
Hanging an innocent man is also a serious matter, sir.
Well, why should Lord Orford hide such important evidence which could have cleared Captain Kidd?
My Lord Orford, sir, suffered great embarrassment when this affair came to light. Captain Kidd has to be disposed of to save his political career. But I'll no longer abide by the oath I swore to my poor deluded friend. I'll see the king, and I pray God there's yet time for His Majesty to intervene.
Thank you very much, Captain John Humphreys. This is Ken Roberts. Now back to John Daly at Execution Dock.
If there is going to be a reprieve for Captain Kidd, it had better come very soon, because the prison cart carrying the condemned man is approaching the Wapping Street stairs just above me. It's an open cart. Captain Kidd stands alone in it, his arms bound behind him. The noose that will hang him is around his neck. It's traditional to make the condemned wear his own noose through the streets to the gallows. The constable's officers walk in front, carrying tall staves, clearing the way, and behind them walks the Marshal of the Admiralty, carrying a silver oar, symbol of the Admiralty's jurisdiction over all crimes committed on the seas. Behind the cart is a corps of drummers. These drummers are always in attendance at executions. They are more than just a ceremonial touch of color, as we have learned from past executions. We've seen and heard them used to drown out the last words of the condemned, especially should those words contain anything that the execution officials might consider embarrassing. The crowd is excited. Their holiday mood has quickened, and they are shouting at the prisoner with the cart now stopped up there on Wappingham Bankrupt. The drums have stopped. The constable's officers and the Admiralty Marshal with the silver oar are coming down the steps to this dock. Captain Kidd has been removed from the cart. His arms have been unbound, and he's being led down the Wapping stairs. Mr. Lorraine, the ordinary of Newgate Prison, who serves as chaplain, is walking forward to meet him. Captain Kidd is a tall man, sturdy, but the 2 years he spent in Newgate waiting for his trial have given him a worn and wasted look. It's hard to believe the cruel and blood-curdling tales told about him. His face now shows no fear. There's more resignation than anything else. He looks straight ahead. If he knows about the last-minute efforts being made to reprieve him, he doesn't seem to be placing much hope in them. Captain Kidd has been halted now. He's about 5 feet from the gallows. He's looking up at the gallows. A triple tree set into the foreshore of the Thames at low tide. The Marshal of the Admiralty is ready to read the death sentence, and Captain Kidd is being led under the gallows onto the platform below it. The hangman's assistant is waiting up at the gallows top. And now Jack Tetch, the hangman, has taken the end of the noose around Kidd's neck, thrown it to his assistant above, and he's fastening it to the cross tree. There go the drums, and the sentence is going to be read. So let's listen.
William III, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, to all those present, be it known that William Kidd, not having the fear of God before his eyes, but being seduced by the devil, did commit piracy upon the high seas. For this he has been tried and justly condemned by the court, for which his life has been judged forfeit. May a just God have mercy on his soul. Given under our privy seal at our palace of Westminster this 23rd day of May, in the 13th year of our reign, 1701.
Sentence has been read. There go the drums again, and the macabre business that must now take place here at Wapping Stairs is commenced. There's no sign of any messenger from St. James's Palace, nor the Admiralty with the last minute reprieve which has been talked about so much in these days since the trial. Captain Kidd himself is looking up into the sky. His final moments have come, and the crowd is shouting at him, crying out, "Fare thee well, Captain Kidd. Goodbye, Sir Buccaneer." Nothing can save him now, and his face is a grim mask, as if he himself realizes that nothing that anybody does in the House of Parliament, the House of Lords, or even in the castle can save him from the fate that awaits him if only a few minutes more are to pass.
May 23rd, 1701, London, England. Innocent of piracy, Captain Kidd hanged.
The proof of Captain Kidd's innocence came to light shortly after his death. The French passes carried by the Quedagh merchant, the passes that disappeared so mysteriously before Kidd's trial, reappeared just as mysteriously in the Admiralty files. They can be seen in London today. You have been listening to The Hanging of Captain Kidd, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Hanging of Captain Kidd was written by Henry Walsh and Mr. Cheon. Torrin Thatcher played Sir Rodney Graves, Richard Gordon was Lord Orford, Oliver Cliff was Mr. Harrison, Guy Sorrell, the chairman, and Eric Dressler played Captain Humphreys. The cast included Van Marlowe, Alfred Dell, Richard Seff, Alfred de la Fuente, and others. Next week,
March 9th, 1862, Hampton Roads, Virginia. The Monitor and the Merrimack. You are there.
If you tune in over most of these CBS network stations next Saturday afternoon, that's Christmas Day, you'll hear CBS Giant 2-Hour Christmas Festival. All your favorites will be there to greet you. Lionel Barrymore in his 13th annual presentation of Dickens' Christmas Carol. Danny Kaye telling the story of Tubby the Tuba. John Nesbitt in his own adaptation of The Juggler of Notre Dame. And such merry entertainers as the Andrews Sisters, George Burns and Gracie Allen, Gene Autry, Hollywood columnist Hedda Hopper, and many more. Put a note on the Christmas tree so that you won't forget to listen to Columbia's Christmas Festival next Saturday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly at Fort Buford in Dakota Territory. It's 11:30 on this 21st day of July, 1881. Here at this United States Army post, 150 miles south of the Canadian border, Sitting Bull, the last of the great Sioux chiefs, has still not accepted a request that he ride in here to discuss peace terms with Major Fabid Brotherton, the commandant of this northernmost outpost on the Dakota Plain. Sitting Bull is still at his camp in the hills 2 miles north of this fort, debating with his sub-chiefs whether he should resume his fight against the white man or ride into Fort Buford and surrender to the United States government. If Sitting Bull chooses to surrender, this tiny fort will witness an event which will go down in American history as a landmark in the 400 years of conflict between the white men.
July 21st, 1881,
No, once again.
Fort Buford in the Dakotas. You are there.
The gateway to the Northwest waits anxiously for Sitting Bull, the chief of the mighty Sioux nation, to decide whether he will fight or surrender. CBS takes you back almost 68 years to one of the most shameful moments in American history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 21st, 1881. Fort Buford and John Daly.
Brought to us early this morning by an Army scout. Major Brotherton has known for 4 days that Sitting Bull, with a party of 200 braves, squaws, and children, had crossed the Canadian border into the United States. The commandant was informed of this by telegraph from the Canadian authorities. Since then, every Army officer, settler, and private in the entire Dakota Territory has been on the alert. No one has known what Sitting Bull's plans are. He's been out of the territory for 5 years, ever since his crushing victory over Custer's command at Little Bighorn. His return may be the signal for another Indian uprising, which will draw braves from all the reservations along the Missouri River here. When smoke signals were sighted yesterday, Major Brotherton immediately dispatched Captain Clifford and a party of 6 to meet Sitting Bull and to urge him to consider the United States government's terms for peace. Major Brotherton, the commandant of Fort Buford, is here now at our CBS microphone. Major, you sent Captain Clifford out to Sitting Bull's camp to try and stop the Sioux chieftain from leading another uprising. Is that right, sir?
Well, that's one way of putting it.
What makes you think that you can persuade a chief like Sitting Bull to give up his 20-year fight against the white man?
But I think that Sitting Bull has reached a point in his life where he's got to come in and listen to terms.
He never listened before, sir. He never listened to Colonel Custer.
Well, I'm not Colonel Custer. This time, Sitting Bull doesn't have 5,000 braves. He only has 200.
But, Major Brotherton, wasn't that the identical situation 5 years ago when Sitting Bull defeated Custer?
Well, maybe it was. Times have changed. Colonel Custer has been dead for 5 years. So are his methods of fighting the Indians.
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, now we don't go after them the way Colonel Custer did. Now we close in on them gradually, and we force them to come in to us. Just as we're forcing Sitting Bull to do. We're forcing him to come in and make peace.
But what if Sitting Bull's methods of fighting haven't changed, Major? Take those smoke signals he's been sending out.
Oh.
Isn't it possible that he's trying to call the braves off the reservations again and maneuver you into another Little Bighorn disaster?
No, that doesn't make sense. He can try it if he wants to, but he hasn't got a chance.
Why not?
Why? Because Sitting Bull has lost his influence over his chiefs on the reservations. Low Dog, Crow King, Gull. They left him in Canada. Now they're living like white men.
Well, can you tell us what the peace terms are that you're prepared to offer Sitting Bull?
No, not now. If Sitting Bull comes in, why, you'll hear them.
Right, thank you, Major Brotherton.
Sergeant, you come with me now.
Ken Roberts in a CBS mobile unit has reached Sitting Bull's camp 2 miles north of this fort, and so we take you now to Ken Roberts.
I'm standing outside Sitting Bull's lodge. It's a big tent-like structure made of a framework of sticks with buffalo skins thrown over it. These are the only quarters that were set up here since Sitting Bull's arrival last night. All around the lodge are the Red River wagons of the French-Canadian Indian trader, Jean-Louis Legar, who, out of his own pocket, has financed this expedition. Monsieur Legar is with me here at our microphone, and we'll speak to him in a moment. The squaws and the children are huddled in the red wagons of Legar, and the braves of Sitting Bull are bunched together by themselves near the main campfire over there. It's easy to see that they are exhausted after their long ride from Canada. Most of them are wearing only one garment. Some are stark naked, grim evidence of the suffering and misery they have endured since leaving Canada. But whatever Sitting Bull decides to do, surrender or fight, his people are with him, as they always have been for the last 20 years. Don't you agree, Monsieur Legar?
Oh, of course. These people love Sitting Bull. He is the mightiest personality of a dying people.
Monsieur Legar, a short while ago, you were with Sitting Bull in his lodge. How is he feeling? What did he say?
He is in a dark mood. He is sullen. From the smoke signal coming from the reservation, he have just learned that the great white father in the White House, your President Garfield, was shot by an assassin 2 weeks ago.
Well, what has the attempted assassination of President Garfield got to do with Sitting Bull?
Sitting Bull have told me that President Garfield have promised to receive him in the White House and hear from his own lips the grievances of the Sioux people. Well, if your president should die, who knows what your next white chief will do? His Sitting Bull trusts only the President Garfield. He said to me, we will not go to Fort Beaufort. We will not make the peace. We will cross the Missouri River at Wolf Point, cross the Yellowstone, go up the Tongue River into the mountains. There we will find plenty game, hide from my enemy till we get strong.
What did you say, Monsieur Legar?
I say no. This is not right. This is war. No more war. No scalp. I say, come to Fort Beaufort, make peace. But Sitting Bull, he fight hard with himself, inside. He want to do the best thing for the people.
And what do you think Sitting Bull will decide, Monsieur?
Oh, I cannot say. No one can know the mind of Sitting Bull. He is not like you and me. A simple thing like a compass or a watch or the telegraph, this he cannot understand. But there is one thing he can understand. And that is what make him great. With the great men of all time.
And what is that, Monsieur Legar?
He understands liberty. He understands that a man can endure anything but the loss of the freedom. 20 years ago, all these beautiful lands belonged to Sitting Bull and his people. No. It was their home. No. Like yours, like mine. No. Until the white man came. And little by little, they push him back. And when they cannot push him back, they make a treaty. No? They sign a piece of paper. Then they break their word. And they send soldiers to ram it down the red man's throat. Soldiers like Custer. That's a bad thing. That's a bad thing to think about. That's bad.
Thank you, Monsieur Jean-Louis Legar, for giving us your feelings on this crisis. Now, here with me now is another man who has some thoughts on the matter. He is Captain Clifford, in charge of the United States Army Scouting Party. Captain Clifford, you've been listening to what Monsieur Legar's had to say. It seems to me that he made quite a case for Sitting Bull. Don't you agree?
No, I don't agree. I've known Sitting Bull for a long time, and he'll tell you that I've always kept my word to him. And I think you'll find other white men the same.
Then you mean there's no truth to his charge that treaties have been broken?
Oh, no. No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that there are good people and there are bad people of all kinds. Just trying to set the record straight. This Canadian here seems to think that all of us are bad. That's not true.
Well, do you think that Major Brotherton is right when he thinks the Sioux Indians ought to live on reservations and adopt the ways of the white man?
Yes, I most emphatically do. The best thing for them. It's obviously a superior way because we wouldn't be here if we weren't. Well, now, for example, we'll teach them how to get and conserve their food under the ground by growing it, instead of on the ground by shooting buffalo. We'll teach them how to live in home, go to school, the ways of Christianity.
Well, suppose that Sitting Bull decides he doesn't want it that way.
It means the Sitting Bull and his people would have to go the way of the buffalo and vanish from the plains. They've got to live like white men now or die. There's no choice.
Well,
pardon, Captain Clifford.
One moment, please.
No, I must say this, Mr. Robert. You say that you will make things better for the Indians, no?
That's what I said.
But Sitting Bull would say to the American government that is not the United States big enough for you? You have land enough for yourself.
Yes,
but... one moment, sir. Thank you. Sitting Bull would say, why not give back to the Sioux Nation the Dakota Territory?
Now, you'll just listen
Don't
to me,
forget that you gave it to them by treaty, huh? And that is why your Custer was killed in 1876, when you tried to take it back by force.
Will you give me a...
It is ironic, is it not, monsieur, that your Custer was cut down as a tyrant in 1876, the 100th anniversary of your own war of independence. Fraternité, égalité, liberté, which you treasure so much.
I don't think that you're fair.
Only one more question, please, mon capitaine. For whom is your independence? Is it for the red man too, or for the white man only, huh? Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am finished.
You were going to say something, Captain Clifford?
Yes.
I admit that mistakes have been made out here, but nobody, not even Sitting Bull in the whole Sioux nation, can stop this country from pushing the frontier clean to the Pacific Ocean.
Thank you, Captain Clifford. All the time we've been talking, I've noticed one of the sub-chiefs of Sitting Bull looking at us from the campfire over there. He keeps fondling his knife and smiling at us. I don't know what that smile means, but I wouldn't like to guess what's going on in his mind. If Sitting Bull decides to fight, there are thousands of braves like this one on the reservations who will rally to his standard at the drop of the first tomahawk, just as they rallied 5 years ago against Custer. Smoke signals have been passing back and forth from this camp down the Missouri to the reservations. We have a correspondent at the main reservation at Standing Rock, about 100 miles down the Missouri. For a report on how the Indians there are reacting to Sitting Bull's return to Dakota Territory, I switch you now to Don Hollenbeck.
Here on this area are an estimated 10,000 Sioux Indians with their women and children. They represent the heart of what is left of the once powerful Sioux nation. Right now, I'm outside the government post in the main village, standing by the lodge of Chief Gall. He's the former war chief under Sitting Bull. This lodge is in the center of a circle of shining white teepees along the banks of a small mountain stream. Chief Gall is sitting cross-legged at the entrance of his lodge, pounding on his war drum, and he's flanked by 2 federal armed guards. Chief Gall is considered to be the most magnificent specimen of his race. He's of medium height. He has a massive chest and shoulders, well-formed head, piercing eyes, and black hair, which he wears in braids. I'm told that Chief Gall has consented to pose for government artists. They plan to honor the Sioux nation with a profile in the new 5-cent pieces. The chief's eyes are closed, and he's chanting a war song as he beats his war drum. And with me at our microphone is Major McLaughlin, the Indian agent of Standing Rock. Major McLaughlin, sir, why are those soldiers standing by Chief Gall?
Protective custody.
Well, does that mean, sir, that he's under arrest?
Protective custody.
Well, has this protective custody anything to do with Sitting Bull's return to Dakota Territory from Canada?
No comment.
Well, I've heard, sir, that you put Chief Gall under protective custody because Gall was not only Sitting Bull's most trusted lieutenant, he was also the actual commander of the Sioux at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Isn't Gall one of the few Indian commanders who knows how to handle a large force in the field?
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, will you tell us, Major, why he's pounding on that war drum and chanting?
That's an old Indian custom.
I see. Well, what's he saying?
Wouldn't interest you.
Isn't it true that he's sounding a call to arms for the younger braves here, urging them to ride north and join Sitting Bull at once?
Who told you that?
Your own soldiers.
Oh.
And isn't it also true that you haven't got enough troops to keep the braves on the reservation?
No comment.
Well, now, it would seem to me, sir, that the Indians are doing pretty much what they did 5 years ago against Custer, only this time it's Major Brotherton at Fort Buford instead of Custer. Looks to me as if these people might make trouble. Are you intending to do something about it?
Major Brotherton at Fort Buford can answer that better than I can.
Well, thank you very much, Major McLaughlin, for your helpful interview. Do you mind if I try to catch the words of what the chief is chanting?
You may do so at your own risk.
Thank you, I will. I have a rough translation of what the chief is chanting. He's singing about Sitting Bull's great victory over Custer, whom the Sioux call Long Hair because of his blonde curls. The words go something like this. Long Hair, what are you looking for in our land? You were looking for death, and you found it. And now you are lying in it. Long Hair, we had no guns, but you brought us some, and we thank you. You charged us and gratified us. You made us thankful. And now let's listen to Chief Gall singing his war song.
This is John Daly at Fort Buford. We've interrupted Don Hollenbeck because we've just heard the news that Sitting Bull has reached a decision. Ken Roberts is calling in from Sitting Bull's camp with the details. Hello, Robert. Hello, Ken. What's the decision, Ken?
Sitting Bull has decided to ride into Fort Buford, John, but not to surrender. The agreement has been reached with Captain Clifford whereby the Sioux chief will ride in under a truce. Sitting Bull wants to hear from Major Brotherton's own lips the terms the United States government is prepared to offer for the surrender of himself and his Indians. If the terms are honorable and if Sitting Bull is satisfied that the United States government will keep its word, there is a strong possibility that the Indian chief will surrender for the sake of his people, but only for the sake of his people.
But, Ken, what if Major Brotherton fails to convince Sitting Bull of the government's good faith?
Well, if that happens, John, under the terms of the truce, Sitting Bull and his braves will be free to ride back to the open plains, and from there on, your guess is as good as mine. Right now, Sitting Bull is astride his chestnut horse, surrounded by his younger braves. His 8-year-old son, Crowfoot, is on a pony beside him. The women and children are all jammed in the red river wagons of Legao. Only the last-minute preparations remain now. Captain Clifford and his scouting party are mounted and ready to start. Sitting Bull has just ridden up in front of his braves. He's raised his arm, signaled to go forward, and the procession starts on its way to Fort Buford. How are the people at the fort taking the news of our coming, John?
Scout brought the news just a few moments ago, Ken, and of course it's caused a great deal of excitement around here, both among the soldiers and the settlers. Everybody is wondering just exactly what is going to happen. Almost everyone believes, however, that Sitting Bull will make peace and surrender, that the plight of his people gives him no choice. The bugle sounded a while ago to draw up the company of troops here at the post to receive the Indians, and they're getting into position now. The troops are armed, of course, and so are the settlers. Some of the women are out here with us, but most of them, mostly because they know what happened in the past and because they're a little uncertain of what's going to happen here, and because of their youngsters, most of the women have gone into their houses with their children. Major Brotherton is inside his headquarters, communicating Sitting Bull's decision to parley to the War Department in Washington. And as you probably know, Ken, he's been in contact with Washington ever since this business of negotiating with Sitting Bull started. If the Major can persuade the Sioux to give up their ponies, to lay down their guns, it will be a great personal triumph for him. Many before him have tried it and failed at the cost of millions of dollars, hundreds of lives. Well, we still can't see you coming in, Ken. You're somewhere behind that ridge still, I guess. How far out are you?
Well, we're just hitting the ridge now, John. Sitting Bull has stepped up the pace. We should be with you any minute now.
Well, that's fine. And don't let anything keep you away, boy. You know the Sioux language, and you've got to do the translating when Sitting Bull and Major Brotherton begin their parley. The chief doesn't speak a word of English, but I understand the Major does understand the Indian tongue.
Sakisha, Olshni, Ho, Wahikta.
What did you say, Ken?
I said, don't worry, John, I'll be there.
Oh, all right. This is a thrilling scene here at Fort Buford out in the Dakotas. The troops drawn up under a warm sun and a limitless sky. The settlers clustered in groups talking eagerly. Almost everyone here believes that Sitting Bull will make peace and live in friendship with the white man, and yet, soldier and settler alike, they want to be sure. All eyes are focused on the ridge bordering the fort area. Yes, there they come, just over the ridge now. We can see you now, Ken. You're about, I'd say 100 yards away. Sitting Bull is flanked by his young son, Crowfoot, and Captain Clifford. Behind them, the braves, then the wagons with the squaws and the children. The settlers here are tense and expectant. Their hands grip their guns nervously. You know, last time they saw Sitting Bull was 18 years ago when he raided this very fort, burned down the sawmill, and carried away the saw, which he later used as a musical instrument in his war dance. Sitting Bull is riding into the fort now, coming up to the west wing of the headquarters building. The soldiers are pressing back the settlers to keep them well out of the way of any of the Indians. Major Brotherton's not risking any unexpected incident or clash, which might set off a catastrophe right here in the fort, the very moment when peace may finally be achieved. There's always been bad feeling between the settlers and the Indians, especially since Custer's massacre 5 years ago. Only one man survived that massacre, you'll remember, a close scout by the name of Scully. Sitting Bull has stopped now beside the building before the west wing of the headquarters building. So have the Indians behind him, who wagons with the squaws and the children are still coming up. And now, Sitting Bull and his son have dismounted. The chief has turned to Captain Clifford. The captain points to Major Brotherton, says a few words to Sitting Bull, probably indicating that the commandant is the man he has come to speak with. Sitting Bull is walking towards us. He carries the Winchester rifle now, in addition to his revolver at his belt, and the field glasses hanging around his neck. Major Brotherton waits in front of his soldiers, drawn up on foot in a semicircle behind him. Sitting Bull walks with a slight limp, but with a quick step and a distinguished bearing. Now he has paused before the major, one moccasin foot thrown slightly forward with the weight of his sinewy body resting solidly on the other foot. And now here's Ken Roberts. Take it, Ken. Sitting Bull has not spoken. Major Brotherton is waiting. This is a great moment. Sitting Bull has always believed that he was divinely appointed to unite the Sioux into one great Dakota nation. Those who know him best say he is not a child nor a fool. He is not a warrior, but an Indian prophet. All he wants, they say, is peace and freedom. He is a friend of little children, women, and old people. He has always enforced justice. He is serious at all times, never jokes, is magnanimous with his enemies, and has never been known to kill a captive or to violate his oath. No doubt he is also wondering what kind of peace terms he may be able to wrangle out of the commandant. Those terms, you know, have not been revealed to anybody, but we'll be hearing them at any moment. And right now, that's Sitting Bull speaking now. Sitting Bull has just asked Major Brotherton to state the peace terms. He's come right to the point. He wants them right now from the commandant's own mouth. That's Major Brotherton. Major Brotherton has laid down the conditions of surrender. A full pardon for the Custer affair, food, clothing, shelter if the Indians will give up their ponies and guns. Sitting Bull hasn't replied as yet. He is staring at Major Brotherton. These are unusually generous terms considering the feeling out here over the Custer affair. Sitting Bull apparently thinks so too, because he's just asked Major Brotherton if this is his sworn word of honor, and the commandant has answered yes. That's Sitting Bull again. Sitting Bull is still weighing the terms and the man. He says he's always had a reason for everything he has done. The Great Spirit gave him the land under his feet, and he never sold it or gave it to anybody. Sitting Bull has come back to hunt buffalo as his fathers did, but most of all he has come back for freedom, the right to move in the open country as he wishes. Now Sitting Bull has paused. He has put his arm around his son's shoulder. Sitting Bull says his people have suffered much. But Major Brotherton has given his word. That is why Sitting Bull and his braves give up their ponies and guns now. This minute, Sitting Bull is surrendering. Here's John Daly. Sitting Bull is surrendering. He's accepted the peace terms. He's handed his Winchester rifle to his son, and the boy in turn has handed it to Major Brotherton. Sitting Bull now hands over his revolver, gives it over to his son, and the boy once again turns and has given the revolver to Major Brotherton. On a signal from the Major to Captain Clifford, scout details have moved in among Sitting Bull's braves. They are taking the guns and the ponies from the Indians, and the braves, their eyes on Sitting Bull, giving them up without a word, without a murmur, although they're doing it with obvious reluctance. However, they'll take the orders of their great chief, and they are surrendering. Sitting Bull himself stands silently, watching. Not a muscle of his face moves. His arm is still around his son. 20 long years on the warpath.
Now here he is, yielding at last because of the hunger and the misery of his people. There's an air of sadness around Sitting Bull's majestic figure as he stands there. His eyes are fixed on the rolling plains, the green timberland running into the hills, the clear blue sky overhead. Major Brotherton has just said, Sergeant O'Donnell, arrest them, and the soldiers, the whole company, have suddenly leveled their guns at Sitting Bull and his braves. The Indians are completely surrounded. Sitting Bull has been arrested. All of his braves have been arrested with him. Major Brotherton! Major Brotherton! What's this all about, sir? Why are you arresting Sitting Bull? What are you going to do with him?
I'm going to put him in chains at Fort Randall. That's what I'm going to do with him. Till he learns to live like a white man. If he doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, he can rot in Fort Randall. All right, Sergeant. Keep them moving.
Sitting Bull's face is impassive. The great chief has suddenly realized the significance of what has happened here as Major Brotherton moves among his men and orders the arrest. He's gripped his son's shoulder hard. A grim smile has come over Sitting Bull's face, an ironical smile, almost as if he'd expected this thing to happen. The Indians are standing quietly. There's no resistance. What chance would they have if they did resist? They just look at Sitting Bull. Troopers are...
July 21st, 1881. Sitting Bull surrenders, and the Indian wars are over.
You have been listening to The Surrender of Sitting Bull, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Surrender of Sitting Bull was written by Macajah Wren and Mr. Cheon. Canada Lee played Sitting Bull, and the cast included Peter Hobbs, Carl Swenson, Julian Noah, Raymond Edward Johnson, and others. Chief Crazy Bull, grandson of Sitting Bull, was heard in an authentic Sioux war chant and was also consultant for the broadcast. Next week,
January 27th, 1649, England. The sentencing of Charles I. You are there.
This is Don Hollenbeck at General Meade's Union Army headquarters somewhere behind the lines near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. The situation here on this third day of July 1863 is grave indeed for the Union forces. 2 Confederate attacks have been repulsed in 2 days of heavy fighting, but the Northern casualties have been severe. The Union line is badly shaken, and there's serious concern as to whether it can successfully withstand the next attack that's expected at any minute from the crack Confederate troops of General Lee. And for the last 2 years, they've yet to lose a single battle in this war between the states. General George Gordon Meade, at a news conference held a few moments ago, announced...
Gettysburg, July 3rd, 1863. CBS is there.
Lee before Gettysburg, the high tide of the Confederacy. CBS asks you to imagine that our microphone is present at this decisive battle of the war between the states, between the North and the South, between the Union forces and the Confederates. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotation. And now,
Gettysburg, July 3rd, 1863, and Don Hollenbeck.
This afternoon at Field Army headquarters is one of tension and suspense. This is the most serious moment of the war between the states. The next few hours will tell whether or not the Confederate tide can be checked. If Meade fails to hold Lee here at Gettysburg this afternoon, the nation's capital will be at the mercy of the victorious Confederate troops. President Lincoln will be under increased pressure to accept the Confederate demands for peace. At this very moment, according to CBS reports from Washington, the Vice President of the Confederacy, Mr. Alexander Stephens, is now at Fortress Monroe in Chesapeake Bay under a flag of truce awaiting to be received by President Lincoln. If Meade's army is defeated here today on the soil of Pennsylvania, there may be many more who will say that the war is hopeless, that the North had better make peace with the South. And that would mean a nation permanently divided. It would mean the dissolution of the Union. That is why military experts here at Gettysburg are convinced that this battle may be the turning point of the war. And here to weigh the possibilities of the situation is our own CBS military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
It is now 10 minutes of 1. There has been an ominous silence over this Gettysburg battlefield since 11 o'clock this morning. Then General Slocum's Union Corps regained its position on Culp's Hill, the right anchor of the Union line. However, General George G. Meade, the Union Army commander, has not been deluded by this local success. He knows that General Robert E. Lee, the Confederate commander, has yet to throw the full might of his forces into a final attack. I am convinced on this third day of battle that the attack will not come at the Round Tops, the left anchor of the Union line, for good reasons, for 20,000 reasons. 20,000 dead and wounded Confederate and Union soldiers. I saw them fall in yesterday's violent fighting in a peach orchard on a wheat field when the Confederates under General Longstreet attacked the Union Third Corps under General Sickles. Also, I am reasonably sure that the Confederate attack will not be directed against the right flank of the Union line at Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill. And here's why. The Confederates under Generals A.P. Hill and Ewell attacked there last night. And although they took a heavy toll in northern casualties, they were beaten back by the troops under Union Generals Slocum and Howard. The only point of the Union line that the Confederates have yet to test is the center under General Hancock. And that's where I think the attack will come this afternoon. Major General George Gordon Meade has been in command of the Union Army of the Potomac for only 5 days. He is in a tight spot. I talked with him last night after a council of war at his headquarters. He admits that he is somewhat superior in numbers. He is far better off as regards supplies. His army is in good spirits under his leadership. He holds a strong position. But the Confederate troops here at Gettysburg are flushed with an unbroken string of victories. These men of Lee's Army of Northern Virginia have never been defeated. They believe they can do anything, and they are determined to smash this Union Army this afternoon, claim it as perhaps their final victim, and end this war. Confederate artillery has just come out of the woods opposite the center of the Union front. We have our CBS reporter right there. So go ahead, John Daly. Go ahead, Daly.
10 Confederate guns have been wheeled into position in front of me and a little bit to the left. From this distance, it's hard to tell whether they're trained here at the center or farther over on the line. The guns were brought out just a few moments ago, but the Confederates who brought them out have disappeared back into the woods, taking their horses with them, leaving the guns as far as we can see unattended. General Hunt, the Northern Artillery commander, standing behind me here on the ridge, is examining the Confederate pieces through his field glasses and giving orders to his aides. It may be that the general will move up more Union artillery, although I don't see how that's possible. For Cemetery Ridge, here in plain view of the Confederates a mile away, is lined with Northern cannon almost wheel to wheel. There are over 80 guns on this ridge. There's no secret about it. The Confederates can certainly see them and can count them. Still no sign of any artillerymen around those Confederate cannon. Whether this means an immediate shelling, the beginning of the attack that we're expecting and waiting for, we just don't know. While we wait for the Confederates to make up their minds about those cannon over there, I want you to meet 2 privates from the Union ranks. First, Private John Burns, citizen volunteer, native of Gettysburg, cobbler by trade, and 72 years old. That's right, isn't it, Private Burns?
Yeah.
Private Burns has snow-white hair, deep-set eyes, 3 bandages, 1 on each arm, 1 on his left leg. You told me a while ago, Private Burns, that you got those wounds in the first day's fighting. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you get them all at once?
No.
Private Burns is modest. The fact is, he's a veteran of the War of 1812. He's got a farm here at Gettysburg. When the Confederates came, he got his old musket and powder horn and joined up with the famous Wisconsin Iron Brigade. In the fighting that followed, Burns was wounded in the right arm, taken to the rear, and his wound was dressed. He returned immediately to the front and was wounded in the other arm. He was taken to the rear again. His second wound was dressed, but he came back and was wounded a third time, this time in the left leg. But even that didn't stop him, because here he is with his rifle in his hand, waiting to see what those Confederate cannon over there in the distance are going to do. Right, Private Burns?
Yeah.
Well, don't you think you've done enough fighting for one man, Private Burns, especially for a man of your age? Don't you think that...
Listen, mister, don't start telling me where I belong.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way, Burns.
Well, then, why don't you say what you mean?
All right, I will. I'd like to know why you volunteered.
They took my cow. Ain't got no right taking my cow.
Is that the only reason you're fighting this war, for a cow?
One reason, mister. It's a good one, ain't it?
Well, what are some of the others?
I'm a farmer and a cobbler. I've lived on this little piece I got here for over 70 years. I'm not too old to work it, and I'm not too old to defend it. And, mister, I don't know whether you know this either, but if we lose this battle today, I not only lose my cow and my piece of property, but we lose the Union. We lose this country. And that's something I fought for in 1812, and I'm fighting for it again.
Thank you, Private Burns. It looks as though you're going to get a chance to do some more fighting this afternoon. There's still no sign of Confederate artillerymen around those cannon over here. Over there, rather. And here's another Union soldier, Private Tom McGaw. He's tall and lanky, with freckles and a mess of red hair shooting out from under a blue cap. Well, what do you think about those Confederate cannon over there, Private? What do you think it means?
I don't know.
Well, how old are you, Private McGaw?
18.
Well, would you speak just a little bit louder, please?
18.
18. Well, I understand that that's the average age of half the Union Army here today, Tom. It seems awful young, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, why are there so many young ones like you here?
Well, after the Battle of Chancellorsville, most of the older fellas' time was up, so they went home.
Oh, I see. And then youngsters like you volunteered to fill the ranks.
No, sir. I was drafted.
Well, where are you from, Tom?
Illinois country.
What were you doing when you were drafted?
Oh, working in my dad's store.
Are you married? Well, what are you blushing about? Have you got a sweetheart?
Oh, I guess so.
Does she write to you?
Oh, about every 2 weeks.
And who do you miss the most? Your mother or your sweetheart? You miss them both, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you like the Army, Tom? Excuse me, Tom. The Confederates are moving more artillery out of the woods into the open position beyond the Emmitsburg Road, which runs diagonally through the battlefield. I can't see what's going on very well, because the guns are too far to my left, and the Kadori house out there in the middle of the battlefield is blocking my line of vision. But Jackson Beck, who's over on Big Round Top, 2 miles to my left, can see them better. So over to Jackson Beck.
75 guns. Good
It
job.
looks like the whole works this time, John. I'd say about 75 guns on good ground over on my right. They're moving them along the Emmitsburg Road from the peach orchard northward for about 1,300 yards. Some of the cannon were as close as 600 or 700 yards from the northern line. The Confederates are beginning to point the guns, most of them are Parrots and Napoleons, toward the center of the Union line. In some of the interviews I've had here with the veteran Union officers, they say that they cannot recall such an unusually heavy concentration of Confederate artillery at any one point. Now, there's no telling how many more guns are screened in those woods further down to the center, and on past the center, all up and down that long Confederate line. Now, looking through my glasses from here, I can see that once again, as before, the Confederate artillerymen have taken their horses back into the woods. The guns are unmanned, but we're not forgetting that they can be fired at a moment's notice. All the cannoneers have to do is run out of the woods and let go. Ken Roberts over at the far right of the Union line has news of cavalry action, so over to Ken Roberts.
I've just received a report that a heavy force of Confederate cavalry has ridden far around and behind this right flank of the Union Army, and at this moment has been intercepted and engaged by Union cavalry under Generals Kilpatrick and Gregg. It is almost certain that this surprise cavalry movement is a part of the Confederate tactics now shaping up rapidly. In other words, while the Confederate cavalry, presumably under General Stuart, is trying to turn the right flank of the Union Army, the main Confederate attack will try to break through its center. We haven't heard the Confederate artillery open fire yet. We have no news about the progress of the cavalry engagement, but we expect to hear in a moment or two. And while we're waiting, by special permission of Union General Howard, and with the consent of the man himself, I'm going to let you hear from a Confederate prisoner of war taken in the action on Cope's Hill early this morning. He's a huge, brawny man, about 6 feet tall, dark, sunburned, heavy, bushy beard. He's wearing reddish homespun pants, shirt, broad-brimmed wool hat, and brand new shoes.
That's right. First shoes I ever had since this year war started.
Where'd you get them?
Over yonder. Gettysburg, day before yesterday, when we kicked the daylights out of the Yankees and threw them out of town.
Well, do you think you'll enjoy wearing those shoes in some northern prison camp?
Northern prison camp? Man, where you been this war? Don't you know Marse Roberts going to bust this Yankee line wide open this afternoon and take me to Washington with him?
You're pretty confident, aren't you?
Well, sure. You remember what Marse Roberts did to the Yanks at Manassas? Remember what he did at Sharpsburg?
You mean Antietam, don't you?
No, sir. I mean Sharpsburg. And Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville? Ha! Every time he was outnumbered 2-1. Every time we railed him. You trying to tell me that today's going to be any different?
Well, how about those new Spencer carbines the Yankee cavalry had here at Gettysburg? They're the first repeaters ever used in this war.
They shoot 8 times, and yours only shoot once.
Yeah. We know how to aim, boy.
Then you don't think much of the Yanks as fighters.
Well, I suppose they'd fight pretty good if they didn't have to tote such big loads. You know, they're in the toting business. They ain't in the fighting business. Man alive, I don't see how they can move with all that stuff on their back.
I forgot to ask your name, soldier. Where are you from?
Jim Crocker, I'm from Mississippi.
Well, if you're so certain of winning, maybe you'd like to tell us where General Lee is going to attack this afternoon.
What's the matter, boy? You scared, huh? You stick with me, I'll take care of you.
Well, I don't think you're going to laugh at this. This note that's just been handed to me says that your General Stewart's cavalry has been repulsed behind the Union lines and is riding back to the Confederate lines as fast as it can.
That ain't got nothing to do with the cannon up yonder. That's where the Yanks are going to get it.
Well, nothing's happened yet. There's something that was a cannon shot about 2 miles to my left. There's another one, same direction. I can't see it to the center of the line, out of my range of view. So over to John Daly.
The Confederate artillerymen are swarming around their guns in plain sight of our position behind this little clump of trees. They've opened fire with fast guns. The Confederates are firing on us, the shells streaming right over our heads. The horses around us are rearing up. They're neighing in fright. One of them is running away. He's galloping past me out of the battlefield. Fire splinters and shells are flying through the air on this ridge just behind me. Artillerymen are falling. Oaks and iron axles, saws and wheels are snapping like straws. Caissons are being blasted to death. The infantry out in front of me is huddled behind the stone wall. They're digging in behind every rock, crouching into every ditch. They're hugging this ground just as I am for dear life itself. The shouts of the Union guns are lifting. They're feeling out the range. They'll be coming loose in just a minute, I hope. The whole Confederate line running along Seminary Ridge, 1 mile across from me, has opened up. It's getting very hot here. I don't know how much longer I can stay on the air. A Union caisson behind me is just exploded. I've never heard such a cannonade as this.
This is Don Hollenbeck at Union headquarters behind the lines. We've lost contact with John Daly at the center of the line. We'll switch you now to Jackson Beck at Big Round Top, 2 miles to the left of Daly. Come in, Beck.
Jackson Beck on Big Round Top. Through my glasses from my perch way up here, I can see the Confederate guns firing and their shells falling at the center of the Union line. Now there goes the Union artillery blazing out in answer to the Confederates. The entire Union line, for 2 miles from my vicinity to Cemetery Hill, has opened up in full force. Smoke on both sides is thickening, rolling across the battlefield, beginning to converge in one big black canopy, blacking out the sun. It's awfully difficult to see anything from up here, but through the smoke I can hear and see roars and flashes of flame as the shells find their marks again and again, exploding caissons, blowing up batteries. The casualties on both sides must be enormous. This is the greatest artillery duel I've ever seen in this war. There must be at least 180 guns firing at each other, a tremendous concentration of artillery. The Northerners are concentrating on the Confederate artillery, but the Confederate guns are not only going after the Union artillery up there on the ridge, they're throwing their shells over and to the rear of the Union lines. The fire is unusually heavy. It must be directed either against the Union reserves or possibly even at Meade's headquarters. We haven't heard from them. Let's have a report from there. Go ahead, Don Hollenbeck.
This is Don Hollenbeck at Union headquarters behind the lines. General Meade narrowly escaped death a few moments ago when a Confederate shell exploded here and killed one of his aides. The general and his staff have ridden farther behind the lines, out of range of the Confederate fire. Now the Northern fire has stopped. I don't know whether it's been knocked out or what, but the Confederate fire is still going. This little whitewashed farmhouse is still taking a heavy Confederate fire. The shells are exploding all around. The fire's especially heavy. Now the Confederate fire's stopping. I don't know what this means. The damage at Union headquarters is terrific. It must be an awful shambles in the center of the Northern line. We've been trying to make contact again with John Daly, but we haven't been able to since the start of the cannonade, so we'll switch you again to Jackson Beck on Big Round Top to see what's happening. Go ahead, Beck.
This is Jackson Beck. Something is going on. It's going on over on Seminary Ridge in the woods up there. Now, through my glasses, I can see the...
This is Don Hollenbeck at Union headquarters. We've just established contact again with John Daly at the center of the Union line. Go ahead, John Daly.
The Confederate infantry has come out of the woods 1 mile across from me, thousands of them. Now they've halted. They're dressing the line, right and left. It's at least 3/4 of a mile long, a straight line of men in butternut and gray. Their rifles are at right shoulder as if on parade. Their battle flags are coming out now, coming out of those woods. 5, 6, 7, 10. There must be at least 20 of them up and down that line. They're red deepened by the sun. Up here on the ridge, Union Reserve artillery is pulling into position. Through my glasses, I can make out among those flags the 14th, the 18th, the 19th, the 57th Virginians. They belong to General Pickett's Virginia Division. I remember seeing those same blood-red banners at Fredericksburg. There's the 22nd and 34th in North Carolina. They must be under General Pettigrew. There comes the 1st and the 14th Tennessee. Troops from Alabama and Mississippi also, and many more. I believe some of them are under General Trimble. It looks like the Confederates are going to charge under Pickett, Pettigrew, and Trimble. Many of the Confederates are wearing blood-stained bandages, but still they keep coming. A second line has come out of the woods, forming behind that first one. The first gray line hasn't moved yet. It's still dressing its formation, and all of this in the full view of the Union line 3/4 of a mile away. There must be at least 10,000 Confederate soldiers over there now. There comes some more. A third line is coming out of the woods. 5,000 more. I'm still using my glasses. I can see a Confederate officer on a big black horse riding up and down in front of that first line. He's wearing a blue overcoat in this hot July sun. I think it's Garnett of Virginia. There are 4 more officers on horseback coming out in front of that long gray line, swords drawn. Other officers are on foot. The Union artillery reserves are ready. The infantry behind the wall in front of me is tense and expectant and strangely silent. Through my glasses, I can see another Confederate officer. He's on horseback. He's placed his hat on the tip of his sword. He's pointing it at this direction, and he's shouting to his men. It must be the signal to advance. Yes, it is. That dull, gray line is moving forward, marching. Common time, arms at right shoulder. Perfect formation. An ocean of men on parade, regiment after regiment, brigade after brigade. Their glittering muskets look like a solid mass of steel. They move with the regularity of a pendulum. This is incredible and magnificent. Lee's proudest, finest bearded veterans, some in uniform, many of them in civilian clothes, straw hats, caps, aristocrats and barefooted mountaineers, the flower of the South. Men who glory in close fighting. They're marching now with unbelievable confidence, and they're headed right up here. The Confederates are, well, perhaps a little more than a half a mile away now. They're still in perfect formation, except that each flank appears to be gradually closing in, converging towards this clump of trees where I'm standing. It looks like they mean to hurl 15,000 men right at this point of the Union line. I just can't believe it. Not a shot has been fired on either side yet, and that gray line is still coming on. Their long line is getting narrower and deeper. It's pushing over fences in their way, striding through fields of wheat, stubble, and tall grass. It's nearer and nearer to the Emmitsburg Road, which is just about in the middle of the battlefield. 200 yards those Confederates have marched, and not a shot fired. Why don't the northern guns up here open up? Why don't they shoot? Why don't they all up and down cemetery ridge are firing. The blast is directed against the Confederate advancement on my right. They're falling by the tens, by the hundreds. Their flags are beginning to go down. But those bearded Southerners keep coming at a strange, measured pace. There's scarcely the fire of a single Confederate rifle. The Confederate columns have reached the Emmitsburg Road. They're less than half a mile across from it. They're pushing right through the fence there, crowding together and crossing the road. Their great cut ranks are up in a march, which the Union gunners are reaching again and again. Dead and driving men litter the ground. But those gaps close up. That gray line keeps on coming. It keeps on advancing. They're pushing through the second fence now on this side of the Emmitsburg Road. This is horrible. The northern guns keep tearing bloody gaps in the Confederate ranks. And now that Confederate battle line is stretching its form once again. It's a stirring sight up and down the line in the face of this murderous Union fire. And now the gray line is going forward again. They're bringing their rifles down. They're charging at double time. The rebel yell is rolling up the ridge. They're coming at us. Hey, get the hell out of here. Get out. Yes, sir. I can't stay any longer under this clump of trees. You've been ordered away. Take it, Jackson, back. Go ahead, back. Go ahead, back.
This is Jackson Beck at Big Round Top.
Through my glasses, I can see those Confederates about 2 miles up to my right. They're charging hard. They're charging toward the center of the line now where John Daly was. They're charging straight at the center of the Union line with cold steel. Now the Union infantry has opened up. A flash of flame and a roar, and they're playing havoc with the charging Confederate lines. I see a mounted Confederate officer waving his men forward. Now, through my glasses at 2 miles, it's difficult to see clearly all the details of this action, but I'll try and give you as much as I can. It's impossible to describe everything that's going on up there. Too much is happening. That Confederate officer on the horse is down, and the horse is racing back to the Confederate line. There goes another Confederate officer blasted off his horse. Now a third one is down, but he's back on his feet. It's the man with the hat on the point of his sword. I can see him pointing his sword at the Union line. It's odd how one little man with a hat on his sword can center your attention, but it's the only way I can trace the tide of the battle. There goes the first Confederate volley from at least 5,000 rifles. The Northern infantry seems to be wavering. Cannoneers behind them must have been cut to ribbons by this murderous Confederate fire. Smoke and the dust of the fighting makes it awfully hard to tell exactly what's happening up there now, but they should be getting courier reports back at Meade's headquarters. Hollenbeck. Don Hollenbeck, can you hear me?
Yes, Jack, yes, go ahead.
Are you getting any reports from the battle?
That's right. Couriers are coming down here all the time, but so far we don't know much more than you can see from Round Top. The fire's terrible. We can only guess how bad it is by the wounded coming in. We've just had a courier report that the first line has been hit hard. Can you see anything, Jack?
The Union infantry is falling back. The Union line is breaking. Where I can see the line, the blue-coated men are running back. About 5,000 Confederates have stormed the ridge. They've broken the Union line. The ridge is theirs. Now they're taking cover behind the Union stone wall. Through my glasses, I can see that Confederate officer with his hat on his sword standing on the wall up there. He's urging his men to follow him. There they go, about 100. They're swarming over the Union guns. Now they're turning them around. They're turning the guns around. They're going to fire on the Northerners with their own guns. Now, the Union infantry is rallying. They seem to be reforming. The Northerners are firing volley after volley at the Confederates at the guns, and the Confederates are going down. They're being blasted down by the Northern rifles. There goes that gallant Confederate officer. He's down. Down, his body is draped over a gun. That broken Union line has reformed. It has reorganized. Now it's charging back to retake that part of the line. The only part that gave way in the charge. The Confederates see them coming. They're pushing madly into an angle of the stone wall, which I can't see from here. Hollenbeck, do you have any reports at headquarters?
Yes, Jack. A courier just came in from General Gibbon, and the spearhead of that Confederate charge looks like it's been broken. That's the way we see it here. But the Confederates are still attacking in an angle, that angle to the right of that little clump of trees. Can you see how they're making out in there?
Well, the Union cannon have stopped firing, but it's tough to see what's going on. Such a mass of men, arms, smoke, and fire, swords, and butts of guns. Through my glasses, it's plain that men are falling at every step. In that angle of that stone wall, it's a bloody angle now. The Confederate color sergeant is using his flagstaff as a club. The Confederates are crowding around their battle flags. Flags that waved so proudly such a short time before, and they're now being cut down one by one. The Northerners are closing in on the right, left, and in front. Those Confederates are in a death trap. They're lost unless they can get reinforcements right away. Now, through my glasses over there, I can see those Confederate reinforcements, but they're going the wrong way. They can't see their objective because of the smoke of battle. Now, back up in the center of the Union line, the Northerners are stepping up that brutal rifle fire from three sides. Now, it looks like the Confederates are wavering. They are wavering.
Jack, back. John Daly's back in the center of the line. Let's give it to him. Go ahead, John Daly.
The little clump of trees are down in the desert. The great line is retreating. It's falling back. Confederates all around here raising their hands, surrendering, throwing down their guns and their swords. It was the only thing they could do. No human being could stand up under such fire. In front of me is the body of the gallant Confederate officer who led that charge over the stone wall that advanced further into the Union line than any other Confederate. His body is hanging over a Union cannon, left hand on the barrel, his right hand still grasping his sword, his gray hat clean up to the hilt. He is one of what must be at least 10,000 Confederates who were either killed, wounded, or taken prisoner in the fighting here today. Now the cheer, it's for General Meade. Here comes the Northern Commander, General Meade. He's riding fast down the Federal line to my right. The roar you're hearing is the entire Union line standing up and saluting him with a cheer. I'll try to get to him as he passes. He's dressed in his familiar summer uniform of dark blue without badge or ornament, except for the shoulder stripes of his grade, with a light straight sword. His hat is slouched over his bearded white face. Here he comes now. General May! General May! General, sir, will you say a word? The battle is ours. Thank God. Louis will save. It's victory for the North. Unbelievable victory on the very brink of defeat. General George Gordon Meade, the Commander-in-Chief of the Union Army, has just declared that today, July 3rd, 1863, the
Gettysburg, July 3rd, 1863. Pickett's gallant charge failed, and the high tide of the Confederacy is over.
You have been listening to the Battle of Gettysburg, another broadcast in the series CBS is There, produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Battle of Gettysburg was written by McKay Joren and Robert Louis Cheon. Next week,
Athens, 399 B.C., the death of Socrates. CBS is there.
This is John Daly in Rouen, France. The procession which is to take Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, to the stake on this morning of May 30th, 1431, is behind schedule. We had expected that it would be here at the Rouen prison castle in which Joan of Arc is chained in a dungeon, but when we went on the air, we expected it, but evidently something has happened to cause a delay, and the procession is still nowhere in sight. The sentence of the French ecclesiastical court, which condemned her for heresy, is about to be carried out. And unless this 19-year-old farm girl, called by some a saint and by some a witch, admits to having served the devil, unless she bows to the will of the court and recants, Joan of Arc will die in the flames before this hour is over. This crowd outside the prison castle here keeps looking in the direction from which the procession will come. There are some several hundred men, women, and children here. They're Burgundian French, allies of the English, and hostile to Joan of Arc.
May 30th, 1431, Rouen, France. CBS is there.
Joan of Arc faces the stake. The Maid of Orleans can renounce her visions and live, or hold to her faith and die. CBS takes you back 517 years to the day in the Middle Ages that changed the course of French history. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
May 30th, 1431, the prison castle at Rouen and John Daly.
It's a beautiful spring day, a day hard to reconcile with the grim event that is about to take place, if it takes place. The burning of Joan will be at the old market square here in Rouen, a short distance away from this prison. When the procession arrives, the authorities will make one more effort to break Joan's will. They will bring her from her dungeon to the great hall of the castle, and there they will ask her to sign an instrument of abjuration. If Joan of Arc signs, it is not yet known what her fate will be, but at least she will be saved from the stake. And if she refuses to sign, well, then the procession will take her to the old marketplace where the executioner and a huge crowd are already waiting. However, there is still no sign of the procession, and my colleague, Quincy Howe, has spent the last few days in an exhaustive investigation of the career of this remarkable girl. And for his report, we take you now to Quincy Howe at our Mobile headquarters.
Never before in history has one person risen so swiftly from obscurity to fame as Joan of Arc, Maid of Orleans. Of all the amazing feats she is said to have performed, none surpasses this. Joan was born 19 years ago in the little village of Domremy, on the left bank of the river Meuse, just west of the Duchy of Lorraine. Her father is Jacques d'Arc, a simple farmer. From childhood, Joan claimed she saw visions of saints and heard their voices. Then one day, St. Michael appeared to her in the radiant figure of a man poised on wings and bathed in dazzling light. St. Michael told Joan that God had appointed her to drive the English invader from the soil of France. He told her to go and lift the siege of Orleans and put Charles the Dauphin on the French throne. In a remarkable series of adventures, this simple farm girl, who could neither read nor write and who dressed like a man, reached the Dauphin and persuaded him to make her commander-in-chief of his armies. Clad in white armor and riding a black charger, she inspired the French soldiers to incredible heroism and won great victories. She drove the English forces and their Burgundian allies from Orleans. She led the Dauphin to Reims, where he was crowned King of France. Then, after she had accomplished her holy mission, the English captured her at Compiègne and handed her over to the French for trial as a sorceress. For months she confounded her learned inquisitors. Always she refused to repudiate her visions. Yesterday the court condemned her, and today she dies, unless she falters when she sees the stake. Men of logic regard Joan's visions as phantoms of her religious imagination. They consider her military success just a barrel of luck. But to thousands of Frenchmen who revere and follow her, she seems indeed a messenger from God. What the future will think is... just a moment. Here comes the procession back to John Daly.
In a solemn march to the prison castle, the procession is led by a delegation of high churchmen, followed by black-robed Dominican monks chanting a litany. There are also English men-at-arms on horseback and an empty tumbril. The castle drawbridge is coming down. Perhaps you can hear the rattle of its chains in the background. At the head of the procession, His Lordship Pierre Cochon, the Bishop of Beauvais, and Chief Judge at Joan of Arc's trial. Beside him, the Earl of Warwick, who in the absence of the Duke of Bedford, is the Commander-in-Chief of the English forces occupying Rouen. The drawbridge is down. The Bishop of Beauvais and the Earl of Warwick have stopped here to talk with the captain of the castle guard. The monks are passing on over the drawbridge into the great hall of the castle, where Joan of Arc will be given her final chance to abjure. I've interviewed both Pierre Cochon and the Earl of Warwick before during Joan's trial. Pierre Cochon speaks English, and, sir, here's a question I've not asked you before. Has it ever been officially explained why you were chosen as the chief judge for the trial of the maid?
It is a simple fact of church government. Jeanne d'Arc was captured in Compiègne. That is part of my diocese. And so it was my duty to try to save her soul.
Your Lordship, it has been rumored that you asked for the privilege of trying Joan of Arc because she'd invaded your diocese and driven you out of it 2 years ago.
I am accustomed to the slander of heretics. I pay them no heed.
Well, what of the charges, Your Lordship, that the maid's trial was unfair, that 2 of the judges denounced it as illegal?
Quant à cela, monsieur, I will say to that simply that I was congratulated by my superiors of the University of Paris for the great solemnity and the just and holy spirit in which I conducted the trial.
I see. And do you think, Your Lordship, that the maid will recant in the Great Hall?
Jeanne d'Arc, monsieur, is but 19. At this age, life is sweet. I have high hopes that she will recognize the error of her ways.
And just what is it that you would like the maid to do?
That is very simple. She must confess that the visions and voices she saw and heard did not come from God, and sign an abjuration to that effect.
But the maid has steadfastly maintained, Your Lordship, that her visions were divine.
But that is not possible, monsieur. One cannot receive communications from the church triumphant in heaven, except in accord with the teachings of the church militant on earth. The heresy of this maid of Orleans is that she did not consult with the church and submit to its judgment about her visions. If then her visions were not from saints and angels, they must have been from Belial, Satan, and Behemoth.
I see, and that is what the maid must declare now if she is to be saved.
That is correct, monsieur. We wish to save this child. We are not interested in her body, but her immortal soul. The body burns only for a few moments, but the soul of a sorceress burns through all eternity.
One more question, please, Your Lordship. There are those who suggest that Joan of Arc was condemned for political reasons.
I do not wish to comment on that.
But if I may, Your Lordship...
I repeat, I do not wish to comment. I am not interested in politics. I must go now into the...
Thank you, Your Lordship. My Lord Warwick.
Huh?
You came with the Bishop of Beauvais, sir. Aren't you going into the castle with him?
Oh, no. The saving of souls is for churchmen. My work today is to be rid of the maid, and high time, too.
But, my lord, what if the Bishop of Beauvais is right and the maid recants?
Mark me. He'll soon be coming out with the maid. We'll see a fire and smell smoke today. I'll wager every pound and every acre I own that Joan will sign no paper.
Do you consider her saint or witch, my lord?
Saint or witch, I know not. But I know the woman. As much as she loves life, she loves what she believes in more. The maid is flesh in her body, but her spirit is steel.
How is it, my lord, that when the English captured Joan of Arc, they didn't put her to death immediately?
If I'd had the say of it, she'd been tied in a bag and dropped in the river. But no, not these French. They have to try her in court. Meddle with words. Very peculiar people, these French. But at least they paid us 10,000 pounds for her.
That's a large sum, my lord.
Not for a wench who drove us out of Orleans and smashed our armies at Patay, who set a weakling on the throne of France. And the damage is not yet done. Though Joan of Arc dies today, we'll not see the end of her yet.
And what do you mean by that, my lord?
I mean, this maid, this peasant girl, has still a mighty following in unconquered France. These French rebels, they believe her divine. Even after the faggots have made her ashes, I venture they'll cry her name and fight like devils at the sound of it. We'll be hard put to hold whatever soil we've already won.
And is that why you've given orders to have the maid's ashes thrown into the River Seine, my lord?
I want nothing left on which to rear a legend for nourishing the spirit of the French. The memory of this maid will be worth 100 battalions to them. What a pity she was not born an Englishwoman.
Thank you, my lord. The Earl of Warwick has turned to talk with the captain of the castle guard again. The proceedings in the Great Hall must be ready to start. Don Hollenbeck is there to report them, so let's go inside to the Great Hall and Don Hollenbeck.
Joan of Arc has not been brought from her dungeon yet, but everything appears in readiness. The Bishop of Beauvais is seated at a great table in the center of the hall, surrounded by dignitaries. His face is impassive, stern by the flickering light of the many torches that stuck on the walls and held by the assembled monks. Those torches throw shadows on the walls and on the ceiling of this. Joan is entering the great hall. She is in chains. Her wrists and ankles are manacled. She's wearing women's clothes, a loose gray robe and hood. That's unusual. Joan has always worn men's clothes. It may be a sign that she'll recant. Father Martin Ladvenu, her confessor, is by her side. Joan has reached the table now where Cochon is sitting. The great hall is silent except for the bishop who is speaking to a priest. Joan is a sturdy girl. She's not beautiful, but there's a winning quality about her, simple and direct, the strength of conviction and inner certainty. She's pale. She shows the strain of 5 months of prison and ceaseless questioning at all hours of the day or night. Her face is calm, almost enigmatic. Pierre Cochon is speaking.
La pucelle d'Orléans. Écoute bien ceci. Maître Hérard donnait lecture de l'acte d'abjuration.
The Bishop of Beauvais has asked Joan to listen to the oath of abjuration, which will be read to her now by Maître Hérard, canon of Rouen.
Communément appelé la pucelle, m'avoue coupable du péché de sédition, du péché de désobéissance, du péché d'orgueil, du péché d'hérésie. Je renonce maintenant à tous ces péchés, les abjure et les abandonne, en foi de quoi je signe de mon nom cet acte d'abjuration.
Maître Hérard has finished reading the abjuration oath and the confession that Joan has signed and is willing to recant. Now Cochon speaking.
Dans son infinie charité, et dans son désir de sauver ton âme, t'offre cette dernière occasion. Que choisis-tu, l'acte ou le bûcher?
Cochon gives her a last chance, the oath of the stake, and now Joan.
Viens donc, Madame Pas. Je ne les renierai pas.
Joan has refused to sign the oath. The judges are all shouting at once, urging her to sign, to live.
Mes confrères, je vous en prie, ne parlez pas tous à la fois. Vous pourriez vous embrouiller.
Joan has cried out, please, good fathers, please, do not all speak at once. You are liable to confuse yourselves. Cochon speaking again.
Plus encore, Jeanne.
Je refuse.
Tu changeras bien d'avis lorsque tu monteras sur le bûcher et qu'on te liera au poteau. Qu'on l'emmène.
Cochon has ordered Joan to be taken from the hall. He said she would yet change her mind when she mounted the scaffold. The monks have begun their chant for the dying. The Bishop of Beauvais and the judges have risen. They are walking out of the great hall. Joan is being led after them. Her refusal to sign the oath of abjuration was quiet but unequivocal. She did not seem to waver for a moment. It seemed as if all her mental torture, her long months of struggle and doubt are over at last, and that she is now finally and ultimately resigned to die rather than renounce her blessed saints and angels. However, she has yet to face the terrible ordeal of the stake in the old marketplace. There is still time for her to change her mind and save herself. The procession has passed out of the doors of this great stone hall now, so over to John Daly.
The crowd here has caught sight of the Maid of Orleans. There are some cries of burn the witch, let her burn, but for the most part the people stand looking at Joan in dumb fascination. The procession has just crossed the drawbridge. The maid is standing, still chained before the empty cart, which is to carry her to the old marketplace. The accoucheur has raised his hand. The crowd stops its shouting. It's almost silent now. The monks keep chanting, however. The bishop has taken a paper mitre from an attendant and placed it on Joan of Arc's head. There are 4 words inscribed upon that mitre. I can see them clearly. The words are heretic, relapsed, apostate, idolatrous. But now the bishop has motioned to the English men-at-arms. Ecclesiastical officials are thus releasing the maid and turning her over to secular power. The church has only acted as judge. It will not act as executioner. 2 English soldiers are lifting the maid into the cart. The crowd pushes forward. He keeps muttering the words inscribed on that paper mitre. Lord Warwick waves the procession forward, and the cart begins to move, the crowd moving with it. The Maid of Orleans leans against the side of the cart, slowly raises her head, and looks down on this crowd. She seems to pity them, not to condemn. Her lips are moving, evidently in prayer. The cart and the procession are moving away, and in a few moments they'll be at the old marketplace where the stake and the executioner are waiting. Ken Roberts is at the old marketplace, so come in, Ken Roberts.
The huge mob here at the old marketplace doesn't know that Joan is on her way. The people are thronging this great square, talking, waiting. Some of them have been waiting since dawn for this spectacle. For to most of the Burgundian French here, this is a kind of show, a kind of circus. They've come to see Joan burn, and they want to see her burn. I'm standing at the foot of the scaffold itself. It's really a double scaffold on 2 levels or platforms, one higher than the other. The executioner and his attendants stand on the lower platform, and the upper one has the stake and the faggots. To the right of this double scaffold, there is another raised platform reserved to the authorities. The space immediately around the scaffold is guarded by English men-of-arms, keeping the crowd at a distance. From my vantage point, I can see the entire sweep of this vast throng. People choke the square itself and the streets leading into it. People everywhere on rooftops and at windows. It's a huge mob, a vast mob. And here is one of the French women that is part of it, come to see Joan of Arc burn today. I'm going to ask her whether she thinks Joan may cheat her out of a burning today by recanting. Pardon, madame. Pensez-vous que Jeanne sera brûlée?
Oh, j'espère bien qu'elle va brûler. J'ai pas l'intention d'être venue pour l'évêque pour rien voir.
Joan had better burn, she says. She's not come all the way from Pont-l'Évêque, that's about 50 miles west of Rouen, to have her holiday ruined.
Oui, il y a un homme qui m'a offert 10 sols d'argent pour ma place près du bûcher.
A man offered her 10 francs for her place here. Alors?
Alors, je lui ai craché à la figure.
She spit in the man's face, she said.
Oui, je suis venu tôt pour avoir une bonne place. Et ton fou, on ne me la pas.
Merci. She came early, she says, and she won't be cheated.
On ne me la pas.
Merci, madame. Now here's one of the English guards around the scaffold. Soldier, Joan of Arc is on her way here now. What do you think of that?
That's the best news I've heard all morning. The quicker she gets here, the quicker I'll get my dinner.
Well, aren't you more interested in what's going to happen to this girl than you are in your dinner? Do you think she'll weaken and recant?
No matter to me one way or the other, as long as I get something to eat and a draught of ale. This French dust parches my throat something awful, it does.
Thank you, soldier. Now, here's the chief executioner himself, also an Englishman. His name is Geoffrey Ferrage. I've spoken with him before. He wears the familiar black robe and hood of his calling. Master Ferrage, how do you feel about putting Joan of Arc to the stake?
Feel? I have no feeling. It is a matter of business.
Aren't you reluctant about it?
I can't afford such sentiments. If the maid burns, I'm paid. If she doesn't, I'm not.
Thank you, Master Thirage. Now, here's a gentleman near the scaffold who looks like a scholar of some sort. He seems to be neither English nor French. I beg your pardon, sir. Do you speak English?
I speak many languages, signore.
Would you tell us your name, please?
I am Alfredo Firenze. I travel about Europe collecting rare manuscripts for the library of the House of Medici in Florence.
Oh, I see. You're a Florentine. The Medici is a famous name. And what is your point of view on the burning of Joan of Arc today?
As a humane man, I naturally do not want her to go to the stake. But as a man with some regard for the future, I hope she will not flinch from her fiery ordeal.
That's a surprising thing to say. Would you explain it, please, signor?
Si, con piacere. This 19-year-old peasant girl from Doremi does not herself realize the role she is playing on the stage of history. But the flames that rise from this stake will help light a great new political era for Europe.
Political era?
Si.
I don't quite understand, Signor Firenze. It's generally held that the maid has been condemned for religious reasons.
It is a pity, but people do not always see the truth. One must look for the deeper, the underlying motives.
But isn't Joan's crime heresy?
See, political heresy, but let us look not at the cover, but at the pages of this book. The church, signor, is strong. Its power is dominant throughout most of Europe. A very young girl, Jeanne d'Arc, has arisen, unwittingly challenging a very old institution. She has dared to put a new French king on the French throne. She has inspired the French people with a new and dynamic spirit. See. Jeanne d'Arc is not aware of it, but she has helped to create a new state. The established order, signor, does not welcome new states, vero?
That's an interesting point of view, Signor Firenze, but if that's true, why didn't the English drown the maid as soon as they captured her at Compiègne?
An excellent question, signor, but there is an answer to it. The Maid of Orleans has done great damage, no? See, it can be undone in only one way. She has crowned the French king. There is only one way now to uncrown him, and that is by discrediting him. If Jeanne d'Arc admits that she is a witch, then the French people will say that their new king is the work of the devil, and they will tear him from the throne.
Thank you, Signor Firenze. The crowd around me is calling out, the witch is coming. People on the rooftop surrounding the square are waving, pointing in the direction of the high road from the castle. It must be, yes, it's the procession. I can see it now, moving through a lane cleared by the English men-at-arms. Tension is spreading through the crowd. It's tightening around the very scaffold itself. People all around me are muttering as if half afraid of the maid's supernatural powers. It's the witch is coming. I've seen many crowds before, but I've never seen one as fearful and bloodthirsty as this. The burning of heretics is quite customary these days in Europe. Other women have burned before. But this Burgundian mob seems strangely both afraid and yet eager to hear the crackling of the flames. And here is the procession now. It's entering the square. John Daly has come up with the procession in our mobile unit, and he will go to our booth opposite the scaffold and the cart which is just arriving carrying Joan. In a moment, we'll switch to Daly. The monks, still chanting, are taking their places on the upper platform. The crowd is silent. Let's listen.
This is John Daly. At a signal from the Bishop of Beauvais, the monks have stopped their chanting. The cart is now directly before the scaffold. Joan, as she is lifted from the cart, keeps looking at the scaffold. Her eyes seem fascinated by it, but she utters no cry, although her lips are still moving. She's still praying. Pierre Cochon has said something to Joan. I couldn't catch it from here, but whatever it was, Joan has shaken her head fiercely. Lord Warwick has signaled now to the executioner. His assistants have seized Joan. The crowd has suddenly come to life again. This is what they've been waiting for, and they're watching now open-mouthed with anticipation as the executioner's assistants carry the Maid of Orleans up to the scaffold. The Earl of Warwick watches calmly. He just glanced at the Bishop of Beauvais, and Pierre Cochon looked at him for a moment, his face impassive. Now both men are taking their places with the other dignitaries on the platform. The maid is being chained to the stake by the waist and feet. Her hands are free. She has begun to weep, but her lips move still, evidently in prayer. The crowd is silent again. It seems puzzled by Joan's behavior. The people don't know what to make of her. The Bishop of Beauvais looks down at the Maid of Orleans and speaks to her. The Bishop of Beauvais has asked Joan once again to abjure. She doesn't answer. She's trembling, fighting her tears. This is her last chance.
Je te demande, Jeanne, n'abjures-tu pas?
And again, Pierre Cochon has asked, do you abjure, Joan? She raises her head and this time speaks.
Et maintenant, je vais la retrouver. Ce soir, je serai en paradis.
And once again, finally, she has refused to recant. It was God who sent me, she cried. And now I am going back to him. Tonight, I shall be in paradise. Cochon raises his hand again. The crowd falls silent.
Nous te retranchons. Nous te déclarons, Jeanne
Cochon is reading the official accusation.
d'être sorcière, blasphématrice, de te mêler de magie, de te
I have a copy of the official accusation in English. Here is the text, quote, Joan of Arc, we reject you, we cut you off, we abandon you to the fire and the flame. We name you these, we accuse you of these, we condemn you of these. Joan of Arc, sorceress, blasphemer, dabbler in magic, pseudo-prophetess, invoker of demons, superstitious, thinking evil of faith, schismatic, sacrilegious, idolatrous, apostate, profane, disturber of the peace, cruelly athirst for human blood, scandalous, seditious, indecent, immodest, and he concludes, let the sentence for the heretic be carried out. That is the end of the accusation. Cochon has finished reading, and the executioner bends down now to arrange the faggots. Joan of Arc has cried out, give me a cross, give me a cross. The crowd is absolutely silent. No one moves. Only the executioner calmly proceeds with his work. And again Joan cries out for a cross. For the love of God, a cross. A murmur sweeps the crowd, and it's an hysterical murmur. The mood of this mass of spectators seems to have suddenly changed. For only a moment ago, they were crying out almost fiendishly, burn, witch, burn. An English guard has rushed up to the scaffold and handed Joan a cross. It's a rough wooden cross, seems to have been made hastily from 2 sticks. Joan of Arc grasps it, raises it to her lips, and now hugs it to her breast. Her eyes are raised to heaven. She's no longer weeping. She's ecstatic. And the man has just cried out in terror. The man has just cried out in terror, God help us. We are burning a saint. The crowd has now completely changed. The people are screaming and shouting, stop, stop, don't let her burn. Many have thrown themselves on the ground, are weeping and praying, and even some of the men who condemned her are weeping and praying. But the executioner has put the flame to his torch, and now he is bending and lighting the faggot. The crowd has reacted in one great convulsive protest, and for a moment they're quiet, and then they begin to shout their fear that they have made a catastrophic mistake. They're overcome with guilt and with horror. Too late have revolted against the bloodlust that brought them here.
May 30th, 1431, Rouen, France. Joan of Arc is burned at the stake, but her memory is enshrined in the nation she helped create.
478 years later, Joan of Arc was proclaimed by apostolic brief the victim of expiation for the ransom of France. In 1920, Joan of Arc was canonized. The Death of Joan of Arc was another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Death of Joan of Arc was written by Max Ehrlich and Robert Louis Cheon. Next week,
April 22nd, 1889, the Oklahoma Land Run. CBS is there.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS Broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire. the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
Up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii and Jackson Beck.
Today finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle section, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. Oh, it is. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavenius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quinicius Vargas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Adar Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Adar is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course, but the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, it's a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion, sharing with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat I vow is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And I prove I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes. Come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, Your Honor. Enjoy our entertainment, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage 2 years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all. Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Moranus? As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Moranus.
And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win. Thank you, Patrick. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater?
By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded.
What is the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater?
Why, we are doing Pappas the Doctor Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know. A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today.
Oh, really? Would you tell us about it?
I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet. No? No, for by Jupiter, for the it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Putnax and 2 talents on Marina.
But that way you'll only break even.
In confirmation of me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take you crazy? You, Your Honor.
Thank you, Horconius Rufus. The public has just announced the entrance of the gladiators to the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater. The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Morenas. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Morenas, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. Now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery. So let's go down there and see who it is. CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbricia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer, is murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Murenus battle. Magnificent, magnificent Murenus.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Nearly 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive. The ringlet piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I see you're wearing your robe in stroller fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. Gloria, move that fan faster. I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, Januaria? Pugnax or Murenus?
Murenus. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of a studio.
Thank you, Umbricio Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. Now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Detriades the Macedonian.
Greetings.
Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Detriades?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Murenus?
Both are names, I vow.
Well, they don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Detriades. The trumpet is sounding. Big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Beck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest.
Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A sense of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Murenus has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax lunges with his sword, but Murenus steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that net in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his focus is on him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's backing him out like a wild animal. Murenus approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. Although the gladiator's still fighting, he's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his hide. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Murenus steps back. Pugnax lifting his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want cold steel, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-aisle signal comes up. Right. I grant mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Murenus, snarling disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Murenus salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The lions are being let out of their cages now. Here the cage door is being opened. Here come the lions, passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are
8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeon. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of ISIS.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I fought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. The guards are pushing the 3 Nazarenes into the arena. He's trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. Does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth.
The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. The lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What the world's that? Now the lights. By the God, it's Vesuvius! Mount Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air is suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in a...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We're trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Be Loved the Pearl.
Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples, confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the Caesars, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and just a moment, I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly.
This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Finney's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space. For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Row.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike McMorris. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow. Tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie light, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with stark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was drowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the immerse. Smoke. Now, wait a minute. That's sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearably hot. I can't talk. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fit. Oh, they're coughing too. Waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in reestablishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius, and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruin. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed the young boy and girl, clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just tell us the roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. Listen, Cameron, Blake, the exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and the heat are unbearable. I'm clutching on the floor of the roof. The roof is collapsing. It's not even come down. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly.
They're safe, but we still have no word of Cameron Blake. It's impossible to believe that here on this land a thriving city existed a bare few minutes ago. There's nothing now but a funeral fire, a mass of flaming, burning, gutted ruins. Now we're beyond the ashes, beyond the embers. The sea is rough, but it's safe. We can breathe again. We're safe. But Pompeii, rusty, glamorous, luxurious Pompeii that only a few short minutes ago was vibrant and alive, Pompeii is dead and gone. As I look above and beyond the ruins, I can barely make out the form of Vesuvius. It is still erupting, flames like lightning flaw from its summit. The thick, suffocating cloud of hot ash hangs like a cloud over the entire area. August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunik. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.